urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South Bend, charges on the beat. To get your information. To the spoon, to be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vanjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, I do back today. Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, I do back today. So today has been a good day for sports in Liberia. Liberian athletes, doing us proud, not just in the Olympics. We love to say congratulations to Emmanuel Matadi for qualifying to the semifinals of the men's 100 meters there in Paris, France. We love to say congratulations to you. Thank you for flying the flag of Liberia high, the red, white, and blue. Emmanuel Matadi, coincidentally, is the first Liberian athlete I've watched at an Olympics game. That was back in, was it in London 2012 or something like that? So yeah, he competed, they didn't go that far, but yeah, he did fly the flag of Liberia high. Love to say congratulations to you. James, you have to mute your microphone. Your conversation is being heard by everybody.
Call you back,
yeah. Just do that quickly. So we'd love to say congratulations to Emmanuel. This is how he fared today. We'll just play you an excerpt from that video. I got this from his page.
With that win, explodes out of the blocks. That's the start he was looking for. Absolute focus. He is so strong, so muscular, but so fast. Powers down, drives into the track with every stride. I believe it was Fambula who was contesting him on the inside there, but Matadi, smooth.
Thank you again. Congratulations to you, Matadi. The entire country is rooting for you, Liberians, home and abroad, and the rest of Team Liberia. Love to say you guys keep going, keep flying our flag high. And our under 18 basketball team in Cote d'Ivoire at the FIBA under 18 Afro Basketball Championship, they did us proud as well today. We'd love to say congratulations to the under 18 men basketball team of Liberia. This is how they defeated their counterparts today, from Benin, 87-58. So Liberia, scored 87 points, and Benin managed 58 points. A female team didn't do so well, but again,
is always, once you don't succeed, you try again. So it's been a good day for sports, Liberian sports, not just athletics or track and field, but also basketball as well. We'd love to say congratulations to our teams. Mr. Dwalu, if you're ready to come on, kindly just okay, there you have it. James Samuel, good day, Flomo. What's up with you, Chief?
I'm okay, bro. How you doing? Good evening.
Well, James, what is the Flomo's real whole name? That James Flomo? That his legal name?
Yeah, James Samuel Flomo.
Oh, okay. Where the good they coming from?
One day golf.
Oh, okay, I see.
No. Before you who left, so that was a good day for him.
You know, when you guys, when boys are growing up together, people will decide to call each other with names.
Yeah.
So that was.
Yeah, but my beginner used to call me Click like that because you know he used to play my wagon, eat it two at a time, you know.
Like I said.
I used to play my mind used to put a whole sauce baby going with it, you know. So I used to be one.
Now rubber bank, I was.
It's interesting how people used to keep the rubber band, you know.
Yeah.
So it be long. People pulling kerosene. We used to call the big one gas.
That was my only place, the rubber bank, invisible.
Yeah. In the on the beach, fancy town, we used to go play blade in the sand, you know, beating blade, you know. Yeah. How they play would be conking out man in here. Be better than kind of be soaking your man get how they play all kind of way, but it was all in good fun.
But you play Alikoto?
No, I know that one.
You know Alikoto?
No.
You use it's like the spinning top.
Oh, okay. Now what it was called? Yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah. Then when it turns and over, then you get back on your friend.
Like people, man, how you doing? How you at?
Malu, do you see the children playing? You come to Liberia, you see them playing as much as it used to be, or everybody's now in the technology frenzy, or it's just because we're in and around Monrovia. But if you go to the hinter parts of the country, you still see people, kids play like the way we did.
Mm-hmm. So there was this thing called cutting rope, right? We take the Coca-Cola can and then we flat in it. You pour 2 holes in it and you stretch it. You cutting your man on, it's really fun, yeah. Mm-hmm. With the soup water in the tire. But the beautiful thing about Buchanan, I know he's so happy in Yeke Part 2. It was in Southwest Texas because we used to go to the railroad tracks and then they would remove the rings. And in the 80s, we removed the rings from the ring would make the Southwest Texas all over Buchanan. I mean, we'll be riding our team, and there are some people that could really build the Southwest Texas.
We used to play that on the hill.
Yeah, on the hill. Yeah, on the hill. I mean, Dara Dillon, Uncle Oye Park, catch my Southwest Texas one day. I met arrested. He was a police officer in Buchanan. And I told him the last time I won my Southwest Texas, he used to put it on the police station by the fire service. Who did the plane checker? I'm beginning, you get on rigging with whip, yo. But I think I yet told we get out of rigging. It was everything, team, man. Like, remember, y'all welcome, man. Saving Grace. How are you doing, hygiene, man? Okay, hygiene, man. Something tells me if you have to scream that you're hygiene, man, there's something wrong. My own girl, Siata Tembe. What's going on, Siata? How's the family? Robertson, Zua, Momoti Johnson, Sunshine Knott, Hillary, Florence Ma, over here, Sekou, Talato Mohammed, my own brother, Sekou Sharif. What's going on, Sekou? How's everything where you are? Emmanuel Jackson, Daniel Mimba, Mr. Mimba, how are you doing? Koma Jansen, Isa Tali, Joseph Ketor, Mr. Ketor, how you doing? Pearl Campbell, Khan Adolphus M, how are you doing? KW Cole, Mr. Cole, Vinicius Morba, Knowledge F. Cooper, Weekly Chill, Marianne Bimba, Marianne Harvey, Sam KD. Over here, I see Don Will, Emmanuel Cooper, Philip Pope. Mr. Pope, how are you doing? Whatever you're from, if you guys put where you're from, I'll also say that Wilfred T. Dubber. Mr. Dubber, how are you doing? I know good days out there in Poland, that's at the Russian border. Venetia Washington, Trocom Moses, Cuba. We don't care. Lawrence Cully, Mr. Cully J. Jabate, how are you doing? Yankwe Malian. Silver Kaba Kamara, we said T. Chia, Mr. Chia. Fodeseon Se Yalegoi, Theophilus T. Class Tukwa, Mr. Tukwa. I see Henry B. Cuddy Sr., Lawrence Cully, Mr. Cully, wherever you are from. I see Sunshine Knapp in the Republic of Ireland. Oh, way out there, the what do you call these people? I will think about it, Mr. Ireland. I see Steve Wamplo, Mr. Wamplo Fodeseon, Winfrey Hayes from North Kakaka, Lawrence Kesseley, JFK Medical Center. That's the center of my birth, man. I was born in a hospital. Doris Bangu, Abdullah A. Fumbale, Emeka Izogo. How are you doing, my brother? Yama Washington. How's everything? Darius A.C. Kiamu. My brother Gude Flum will say I don't have to pronounce all the names, but we're not talking much right now. Emmanuel Jackson, AJ. Gude is protected, huh? Patrick Spencer Bima. Joseph S. Keto, I think I say a name, God's Grace Sa, Mrs. George Weeder, Juma Sirleaf. Hey, Juma, what's going on? Laura Wendell Anderson, Sita H. Herman, everybody, man. You're come, Bobby, Dave out of Nima County, Herman out of Minnesota, Sam Quincy out of Grand Jita County. Everybody, come on. Let's talk. Let's talk like that.
There is usually this accusation against us on the show, and someone even sent me an inbox message that those who comment the first or earlier on the show, we do not get to read out their names. So purposely tonight, I'm starting from the first, as we see on the switchboard. Kou Sube says, I'm watching you guys from my favorite eyes and ears opening show. Kou is watching us via YouTube. Edwin Poor is also watching us via YouTube. Veliger Bien is also watching us via YouTube. Humble July King James, hope you're doing great. Samson La Bista Yanti. These are people who commented 1 minute after 8 p.m. once we started the show. P. Esau Thale is watching us from Johnson Street, Monrovia, Liberia. Hashim Fambule is also following. Shiafa Saba is watching us from Tinkers Village. Lofty Bondo, hope you're doing great. The Duke of Grand Bassa County, Decor Utaga is watching us from Montreal, Canada. Mogbe Kamara is also following. Elnora Barkley is watching. John Wake is also watching. Rose Horace, hope you're doing great. Yvonne Gawe is watching as well from 24th Street Sinker. Lawrence Colley is watching from District number 10, and Isaac Blama is also watching us as well. Laris Sawa, John Tokpa, Abu Berlin Kamara is also watching from Broville. Alfred Benedict, Doris Saki Cooper, and Pedro Pedoa Medina Cruz. Watching us from Indianapolis is watching as well. Levi S. Gay and Titus Wayu. So these are the first batch of comments that we did get once we began the show tonight. Watching. Good day.
Yeah, we listening, and we're going straight to update and things. At least you guys did well your call names. Good evening to everyone commenting and those who comment on new. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I've been trying hard to get Chief Zanzankawa's number, because there are rumors that the Chief Zo or the former Chief Zo is saying he's going to take the matter legally. You're not using Sasiwu, not Sasiwu matter here. He's taking the matter legally, according to what we've heard. And I've been trying to get his number, but everybody I asked for Chief Zanzankawa's number. They said, I get it. Even you, James, I asked you for the number. You gave me the story how you left the number on your SIM card in Liberia and all kinds of stuff. According to what we gathered, Chief Zanakawa saying carrying the Internal Affairs Minister and by extension the government to court. What his position is a position. Why did the Internal Affairs Minister take away, the title of chief of the traditional chiefs and Elders Council of Liberia? By the way, the name has been changed from traditional chiefs and elders to the National Chiefs and Elder Council. So you say going to court. Yeah. All the accusations I get against it, you get fly, in living story billing.
Don't waste our time, yo.
So because of that, in taking the matter to court.
Yeah,
Why is it that
Don't
because matter? Not the mayor use a court to settle your traditional matter? Why
I'm
you saying
just
that?
telling you, don't waste our time.
Why is it?
Zazakawa issue can go to court. It can go in the zoo bush. You are not a traditionalist. We are the traditionalists. We know.
How do you know? There's an allegation that the man carrying the matter to court, and I want to find out if he's carrying the matter to
Damo,
court.
did you travel with Damo? You were part of the team that went to Lofa Bola, the Bola between Lofa and Bon County to interview the devil. You were there? No. I think
Lalati, you can be brag, my boy.
I think the team we were Emmanuel. No. Okay, Joseph, Rufus, and I, when we went, all of the Polowana and Remy in the car, I was the only man who interviewed the devil. And today I still
He's saying the rumor that we're hearing that I'm going to quote, not true.
No, not true, bro. Today I still hold that record as the only Liberian journalist to stay in front of the devil and interview the devil. Yeah.
And the devil's too for you for interview.
Oh yeah, but the video out there is on Spoon TV. Go check it out.
I watched the video, my man.
Look,
All
all
the
I think you're talking, I just realized I was in Liberia. My cousin, Veronique, and Aaron, Josh, it was their 1 year anniversary, the wedding anniversary on the 9th of July. I forgot I was in Liberia. I just saw the t-shirt. I think I'll wear it to there, celebrate you guys, man. Happy wedding anniversary. I know it's been gone some time. I want you guys to know it's a long haul. Let's stick it out together. And great things are waiting. But I want to say this though. Somebody posted here, I think it was Rush. Says Zanakawa can't fly, we can drive 4x4 Jeep. So the wish crowd they won't fly, they're getting lazy.
If you know, you're talking about Zanakawa flying, right? The interview are talking about that we have with the devil to talk about that they will not know how I will enter Monrovia, because even before coming here, nobody knows how I came here. No one knows how I came here. I just appear here and I will disappear. I was like, how did you manage to appear and how will you manage to disappear? In that you are not a Pulwa. So don't ask me that question.
You know what I mean, Damo?
I know.
Okay.
Yeah. So, bro.
See, everyone, we're not going to America, so we know all the things. We understand the people. We understand the people of that. Damo, don't worry about me. My car, I go in the village. You know, when my kids were born, I told the neighbors and carry all the way to my village. I play a berry. And they say, but so the way you do that, I want for the people to know that Liberia, they must have berry. I kept the neighbors string when they were big, around 5 years old, went to Liberia, went to the village, they said berry and playing coconut tree, coconut tree on top of it. And yeah, that's the reason why we do those things, man. But look, our zoos, I think it should be in a advisory position. Let's be serious about this thing, where they won't be in the limelight. Zanakawa took that role. You are acting in that achieve something like that. Let me ask you, you were not a core. What is Zanakawa achieved over the last 50 years? They invent zoo for Liberia.
That, you know, I don't want us to.
You scared now?
I don't know. Now that I'm afraid, I'm a member. So
of what?
I'm a member of.
Imperial? I think you Imperial.
No. You know, I went to the Pro Society.
Oh, okay.
And a Pro Society member cannot discuss important issues within about the zones with a non-member. Like you. I know
a non-member.
Huh?
I know a non-member.
You are a non-member.
How you know?
I know.
Oh.
So against second, I used to my third eye here. Against second,
reminds me of a story my dad told me about the same thing that in the US, a group of Liberians, you know, said they can fly, they can live on America in the net, they can they do all kinds of things. Then they never have citizenship, so they may have told them that look, so I can do that kind of thing. We'll lock you in a room, you know, carry the keys. The people that would fly and go to Liberia and kind of nest, they won't see them in the room. That they don't want to get citizenship too. They can't nest money, everybody stay in the room.
Yeah, but basically, traditional achievements are not political achievement. Their achievements are traditionalist. So
traditional achievement.
Yeah, only traditionalists will tell you what were achieved in the realm.
You better
and
stop it.
What were not achieved.
In the realm. Yeah, we get okay. Let's put that road between Grange and Lofa.
To do
Yeah,
what?
put it there.
What?
Use the magazine.
No, but that is, you see, this is one of the reasons why the African tradition or the African culture is wiping away while we are embracing the European culture.
Because European culture.
Yeah.
Put the road and European culture.
Because you want to like compare our tradition is not about putting road, it's about reserving the culture of Africa.
James, my question to you is, and that's the same question Mr. Dwalu asked. If you look at Liberia, our cultural heritage is something that is either fading away or it has faded, or we don't see it on display enough to enjoy it. Like if you go to other countries, there are festivals, traditional, different clans and tribes have their festivals, it's on display. Interestingly, in Liberia, we mix up what our culture is. We do mix it with Nigerian team. So as Chief Zoe or head of the Chiefs and Elder Council, along with the cultural ambassador, Ministry of Internal Affairs, what did Chief Zanzankawa achieve in promoting our culture in a positive way? We're talking about
Again, let me tell you, the traditional realm is a complete word by itself than the real world that we live in. There you have kings, you have prime ministers, like the way we have the governance system, that's how we have it. Chief Zazakawa was not the chief Zoe of Liberia. The head of the you who is the head, meaning you who the representative between the government and the traditional people, you are not the best Zoe in the country. Get that?
Okay,
yeah,
I agree. I agree with you. Let's pause that. Let me tell you something. You live in Poland. The first time I saw culture being on display was in Germany. You see how we get dressed with too? They have similar culture. Even in Japan, you can see the culture and you can see how that culture is being manifested into their society. That put the Kotaro thing aside was just a joke. But what Damon is trying to say, and I do agree with Damon, how are we infusing that into our daily occurrence? Are we still respecting the elders the way we are supposed to? Look, as a boy, it was impossible for me to get up and be sitting down, people say enter that room. You don't think about it, it happens almost naturally. It's part of our culture and our system. I'll give you an example. You understand now? Almost anybody who with me in the community want to do something wrong, this time go to a try in Liberia. We are losing that because we are divorcing ourselves from our roots and our grounding. This is where the tradition is supposed to come back in and infuse that into society.
Yeah, like what you're saying, that is what I said from the very beginning, that we are getting rid of our tradition and embracing the Western civilization or Western culture. Like here, August 15 is Assumption of Mary. The people still believe in this Catholic tradition, right? That Mary came down, Mary born, she did this, she did that. All of their traditions are still intact, and you dare not disrespect their traditions here. Like on Independence Day, like in Liberia, you will see Nigerians coming out to celebrate, Americans or whoever will celebrate with Liberians. But here on Independence Day, you as a foreigner, you better be careful. Even if you are going out, if they see you in a community where they are not certified, they believe that it is a date for them, meaning you are not to be a model. Sometimes they beat you, injure you, or sometimes at the point of death. That is how it is. Like, so in our country, in Liberia, today, if a traditional group will come out to say, okay, we are arresting James to punish him for exposing our culture or disrespecting the culture of our land. The next thing we're going to see in Liberia, human rights groups will come in.
I'll never put all that in down. I get you. Let me do my talking point.
So I'm just telling you that we are destroying the traditional society of our country.
Before you go to your talking point, I just want James to know one thing. Tradition is not always about who can medicine, who can play medicine. No.
Tradition
is about our norms, it's about our values, it's about our cultural heritage. I just talked to you about festivals, and what you just said is a Poland tradition. It's something that you see, it's not something that is out of the physical. You enjoy what as our traditional council our chiefs and elders, in line with the Ministry of Internal Affairs, our cultural ambassador, because they're all under one umbrella.
Do we respect them?
Yeah.
Do
What
we
have they
respect
done
them?
to ignite interest in our culture, like festivals, like different cultural performances and the rest of these things that people can enjoy and say, yes, this is the manifestation. I know the chiefs and elders, they're there to settle disputes and all of these things, but how do you even see a chief in Liberia to say, okay, this chief is putting on the display of his traditional?
They rather do it, Damo. They do it. Even in Monrovia, they do it. Damo, when was the last time that you took upon yourself to visit the traditional headquarters there on Camp Johnson Road? Or when was the last time you attended one of Julie Andy's events in Liberia regarding traditional activities? There have been so many traditional, events that have been organized in Liberia or that will be organized in Liberia, but we have failed to honor these people. And when we see them, we badmouth them and call them names and say these are ancient days activities. We don't want to go to Maryland, go to Lofa, go to Bapot, go to Bomi, go to Nimba. These things are still being displayed, and people they still respect the town chief, the quarter chiefs, the village chiefs, and the clan chiefs. They still respect them. In fact, in my home in Gisibwega, we still have we still do communal farming. Communal farming in the interior is a farm that the community do, that just in case strangers come in a village, they don't have to go and say, Damo, bring 1 cup of rice, you bring 1 cup of rice. The village or the town will go to that communal rest and take whatever there to give to the people who come. Paul from Bible, and he will tell you more about communal farming in a traditional setting. They still do these things. But Damo, did you do communal farming? No, I did it when I was in Gisibwega. I farmed
that is the point that you just made.
Yeah, we still do these things.
I don't need to experience it to know about it. And that's the difference that other African countries have done to it with their culture. They've made it to become something that is on a national scale. When you're in Ghana, you don't have to be from Winneba area to know they celebrate the Abortory Festival, where they'll go and chase after the deer, bring it life. When you are in, you don't have to be a gun person to celebrate the gun festival. Like, these are the positives we're talking about. James, let it be not just something that in society. There are certain ones that can be kept secret, we know, but the positive aspects that will ignite our interest.
Is the community willing to welcome these things? The community is willing to welcome these things. What are we doing in our settings to make sure that the children, the generations to come will copy after us, even the 5 years old, the 8-year-old, or whatever today that we have in Liberia? In fact, we now have this, what's the name for it? I'm forgetting, that we should not send our girls' children to the sandal bush. The boys should not go to the pro society. These are Asian activities that all stop. I think they say female mutilation or whatever. They have it. That campaign is going on. That we should stop it.
Thank you, brother.
Stop these things.
Thank you. Good day. Asin, my man, been a while. Welcome to the show, my brother Kennedy. Welcome to the show. I'm going to skip over my talking point. My man, what's going on with your neck? I will leave that for now. Just stand up, stand over handle you.
Instead of sick.
Yeah. But look, good day. When you see Dwalu yelling on this show every day about the dissolution of the Liberian family, this is how we infuse culture. So as we dissolve the family, we are losing our culture. What you're talking about, my father, I love him for this. Every year when I was a boy in the 1980s, he would drop me off in the village, even though my village was literally in Monrovia, because right behind Rick's Mission is where I'm from. And you will see Nyefe and way too. You will see the celebration.
When you face the road to that place,
we're going to that road is still that kind of road.
Yeah, you were telling me you're from Kemet. I used to distribute. Yeah. I distributed bugger weed in Kemet.
I played my Dewa Street here. I played my pa Dewa Street, my papa Dewa Street.
Yeah, I was in that area.
Kemet.
Nice people.
Those are the places I control.
Yeah, Kemet, Kuka, the big town over there where everybody. That school you saw in Kuka was actually built by my grandfather. That's like the first school in that area, but that whole area. So we are looking for that nostalgic feeling that we have. So we got to keep the Liberian family together. The thing you're talking about cooperative farming, they call it coup. In the Bassa people can call it coup. In my mother people in River says, in Bassa way, they call it coup. You go to one person farm, everybody go and farm, and have a harvest. So those are all part of our tradition. I understand.
But cooperative farming, which is the coup, is also different from a communal farming. Okay. So what Good Day was talking about is the district or the town decide, listen, we will designate a particular place that every member of this town, the men will go and slice the place and burn it, and then the women will go and plow the ground, and then they will plant the rice. But that farm, when it's harvest, the produce will be kept to feed strangers. That farm is not for any particular person. That is the farm, because normally when these so-called civilized people come from Monrovia to the interior, they pass around. During those days, they used to go and ask the people to bring rice and chicken to feed the strangers. The internal affair, the inspector will come, the internal affair people will come, and those people will be forced to feed them and even give them place to sleep. So what most of the traditional towns would do, they will make a farm and particularly set that farm aside so that when anyone comes from government, they can use the produce of that farm to feed the person. But another point Good Day made was, and he and Damon were trying to argue. Look, Good Day, Damon had a point. Most of the things that we do are not institutionalized in Liberia. The institutionalization of our culture has been one of the reasons why we have been left behind. While all of those good things you said make sense, it has never been institutionalized to the extent that, listen, when you come here, Liberia is one of the few countries around Africa that really does not have a unified language to speak. And, I heard them saying that they were trying to teach Pele in school.
They are still teaching Pele.
And the mistake, I think, I don't want to call it mistake because I really idolize the former president, Chorba, so I don't want to say he made a mistake. But instead of having them teach Pele at the primary level, he went and institutionalized Pele in the university. So you pass ABC, first grade, second grade, and go all the way to 12th grade, and don't do Pele. But then when you get at the university level and start doing Pele, so that those children just used to go to UL and they pick all the bad words from Pele, Bonnois, Gela, Bogo, all those things they just pick from the Pele, slogan and run with it. Bonnois means crazy people. So and the girls at the university will say, "You think I am Bonnois?" They misplace it because
I'm
the Gela. Gela means Kela. The word is actually Kela, a messenger, somebody who carries news. It's a Kela, but then they said a Gela. You think the Gela, yeah? So they were never serious with it. It was never institutionalized, right? So when they institutionalize it, it becomes beneficial. Like you see, gun and tree and other things that are institutionalized. I went to Botswana, Ava. I saw a paramount chief who has 2 master's degrees in Botswana. So I asked him, the guy has a master's degree in anthropology and he has a master's degree in political science. And he was the paramount chief for the Western province of the place he comes from. So I asked him, but why does the paramount chief need to have 2 master's degrees? Because in our mind, paramount chief in Liberia should be uneducated. Yeah. You should be hanging all kind of leave around you. The guy said no. He said the paramount chief is the custodian of the constituent.
Thank you.
He said, how do I get to represent my people when I don't even have the historicity of the place? So I got a master's degree in anthropology because it helped me to understand how this place came about and and when we are talking with politicians, they're not going to leave me behind because I am a politician myself. So you see, all people take things seriously that we joke with all the time. We just throw it out there and try to put it there for the name.
Yeah, I'll say.
Dwalo, the very thing that you appreciate your father for, as much as my pops were one of the best fathers, I think. He took us everywhere. He kept his family together. He did a lot of things that a lot of fathers they didn't do with their kids for me. And that's my motto as a parent. Yeah. But the one thing you said about your dad, taking you back to his town where he was from, and being able to leave you there for you to adapt and learn every vacation. And I used to see my friends in Monrovia going through the same thing, and my dad never did. And partially, it was probably because of my mom, right? My mom got poisoned in River Cess. Yeah. She got really sick. She nearly died. And she never wanted to have anything to do with River Cess. Yeah. My father was active in the River Cess community association that was in Liberia. He used to take us to the meetings at, I think, that GW Gibson School, right in Basel community area there. And so nearly once a month. And he was very active. He and Joseph Bayou, all of them, and Joe Betty, they were all family members and stuff, and he used to engage, right? But he never took us to River Cess, not one time. The best he did for us was to show a map for Tupa Town, our town that in River Cess. But that's not enough. So I applaud your dad for doing that.
Oh, yeah.
And this whole thing about our cultural identity, yes, we are mixed from different places, but we don't seem to have one.
Yeah.
I did a research paper in graduate school. There's no one unifying thing, in my opinion, in the study I did, that Liberians can come around and say, this is what defines us. This is what makes us one people. But other people got those things. If it's not something idealistic in terms of what they aspire to, like the American dream, the picket fence, their house, the dog, the car, or the Chinese holiday where they take about 15 days. They celebrate that Chinese New Year. In all Chinese communities all around the world, they do that. And then other cultures got that going back to the farm, standard thing around a certain time of the year, or just an activity that identifies them as a people. And that's something we kind of miss. Yes, and what her name, Raptor, talking about those symbolism and things, and those are things that, we can look at. But we really need unity among Liberians and some kind of cultural identification that brings us together. I don't know if it's the language or what's the benefit of everybody learning one language and being able to communicate effectively with each other in that language, or whether that the colloquial or what. But there has to be something from a cultural perspective that brings us together, unifies us.
I agree. And sometimes, it is easy. This is why you see sometimes the content meet tend to be more divisive at times than it should bring us together. Because we say, oh, this is Nima. Yes, it is Nima, but it's more Liberia than Nima. How do we push for Bapulu being more Liberian than being more Bapulu? That's something we all got to struggle with. And I don't have the answer to that.
That's a great point, though. The county meet is kind of a unifier in a way that it brings all the counties together. But if they can expand the celebration or the activities or the county meet to, let's say, some agricultural activities or some other, identity activities that can bring us together, maybe it will work. But then when they have political influence in the county meet in these teams, that's what messes up a lot of time. Influence on the referee, influence on the opposition coach, just people using government money to support their teams and stuff like that. So sometimes it affects, that unity and that sense of collaboration. People feel they are being cheated. But the county meet is a wonderful thing. Hopefully, they can expand the idea around it that is more inclusive, and other players in the counties can not football players now, but other activities. I heard even they remove basketball from the county meet. I don't know the rationale behind it or what, but they need to expand the activities rather than start to condense them.
I agree.
And Alva is right. So I'm told in 1956, when the entire unification thing came about by President Tubman, the content meet was one of the tools he was trying to use to ensure that everybody comes together. So that content meet manifestation comes out of that concept of unison. Now, why it has the background of trying to unify people, we still put the sectionalism aspect into it. I'm from Babulu, and it becomes a Babulu thing. So we try by all means to sectionalize it, even though it's supposed to be a unifying, kind of thing. So Alva is right that we to be able to look at a greater picture of why we have the county meet, other than just looking at the competitive aspect of it, because everybody goes there with the mind, oh, okay, Babulu will win this time, we'll bring the trophy, right? But how can we use that game as a way to unify our country so that everybody see each other as one, and not more like a divisive force.
I don't
think
know.
That's a good idea.
I don't know. I'll have you speak to this a little bit. Goody, I'm not skipping you. And I'm going to say this. The reason why we bring these up is to address them, not to demean anybody. I know when I was growing up in Buchanan, there were times where if you have Paul Kennedy, your name was considered Kui. So this has been a very long time coming where we kind of vilify or demean quote unquote country names. It's still done in Liberia where if somebody is called, I'm just making up, Yakablo Kekula, for example, they'll say, oh, it's in a hard country name. So we were going far away from us, not realizing. I'm not suggesting that if your name was Maxwell Jackson, that it was better, but people accepted that more. In fact, people still do this. I'll give you an example. Let me use Fadiga on the show. My brother Fadiga, born and raised in Buchanan, Grand Bassa County. Yes, his father, like everybody in Liberia, migrated to Liberia. But because his name is Fatiga, when he went for his passport, they would not ask a Paul Kennedy, which is a foreign name by Liberian standard, by his passport. I'm being dead serious. This is not indigenous to us. But you will question Otopa because you say, oh, where the other name coming from? So all of those stem from why we are kind of confused to some extent. Ozzy, what do you think about this?
Well, again, there have been different times in our country where names have been, have had different meaning. For example, when people came to stay with the quote unquote civilized people, they took upon their last names. Some of them kept it, but then when that progressive period came, many people changed their name back. Yeah. My dad, I had to question him. My father's name was Isaac Va Jackson. He was raised by the Jackson people in Riverside.
Same story.
And then he changed his name to Isaac Va Tukpa. So I used to see all papers with his signature, Isaac Va Jackson. Then I say, Papi, I will need Jackson, I will need Tukpa, and then you need Tukpa too. And then he explained it to me how he went back to his own father's, name. So a lot of people did that. And then there was that whole Monrovia culture, right? That where your name identified who you were and the kind of crowd you associated with and stuff like that. So some people felt disenfranchised if their name were not, one of the, Western names that people had. So, but then after the coup, it became, for example, on Cottonelle, when the coup happened, we're on Cottonelle. And your name was some kind of Western name, just know those soldiers were harassing you, right? And the people, the Yapa, and people, because we're right there, right after the coup happened, they came on Cottonelle, they were asking some people that name, like Marco Wilson, my own friend, they asked him, where he did, I think he said something Yapa, right? So people, you got no identification to prove your name is what you say your name is anyway. So they just got to accept it. Mulatto man say his name XYZ. But we need to really appreciate the diversity of our culture, and that's what some of us don't do. And we use the culture thing, situationally. When it's okay to discriminate against somebody because they come from a country, it's fine to do it. But then when it comes to the other situation to be inclusive, you're not inclusive. So we really need to rethink these things. That's why I think the substance of citizenship that Raptel raised, in that stuff was not considered by people. They just went ahead to the anti-American sentiment and dismissed all the other things, she said. But to your point about discrimination with, people who got, I want to say Mandingo or Fula name or other West African names is very prevalent. It's still prevalent because that's the way the immigration people can eat. If you come there and you say, my man, Fula man, I'm Liberian man, where your birth certificate, where your this, where your that, and that person born right in Liberia, we know we don't have perfect birth records. So all of those things are things that this government needs to start to look at as well and improve on, that we are all one people and we are all
Kennedy, before you go to Stanton.
Yeah, no, and I'm glad that, I've touched on it. I think it comes back to the issue of really identifying of our culture. I think whether it was Bob Marley or somebody who said people without a culture are a people without a destiny. Everyone, I mean, I was in Madrid when they had that run, the bull run, where the cow will be running through the street. I've been in Spain when they do that thing. That is whole week they are running after cow. That their culture, the people will not even go to work to do that. They identify themselves with that. So the name thing, I'm a victim. Paul Kennedy, of any boozed man called Paul Kennedy? It is. My father had to take the names of the Kennedy. In fact, my brothers are Dawolonya or Peewee. You know, it's just few of us in my family that have the Kennedy name, because our father had to live with the Kennedys, who were the magistrates and the commissioners and the superintendents of Lofa, and that's by extension how we got that name. Because if you came to Monrovia and did not have the opportunity to go to school from the hinterland, you to get the insurance benefit, to even get registered into the school system, you have to bear those names of the free slaves who came. So most of the things that were running away from here is why they brought to Liberia and tried to institute it there. So I think we should go back, and it all comes from awareness. We need to create massive awareness on being indigenous, on liking the culture. The reason why everybody solidified themselves around one American is because the Americans see the country, America, to be the only thing they have. When Liberia begin to see Liberia as the only thing we have, I think that form of unity and that sense of togetherness will start coming to place.
Stanton, and I say like you, my father was a king all the way to 11th grade. So he was called Samuel King until he went back to his father's name, which is Dualu. Mr. Weatherspoon, I'll give it to you, brother.
Thank you very much, Duadu. It's good to see you, Mr. Duadu. Paul Kennedy, as always, it's good to see you. As we pray that you get well, and please do not repeat your situation, okay?
And Dualu talking,
Dualu that prophet. Dualu say, by the time you got to us in prison there.
No, I mean, we know exactly.
Stato, you're right. I don't even know if I'll get one step louder again. But I did no story.
Somebody be a neck for a woman, Bennett.
Don't put me in your situation.
I'm a happily married man. You thought was my beating me for
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You ever found a room for a female somewhere in Maryland or Virginia area? You are looking for a room for one female?
Yes or no? It's a yes or no? It's a yes or no question.
Yes, I constantly got guests and I host them. Yeah.
No, don't explain.
Just say yes or no.
And I don't want to say this, but something led to you wearing your neck brace. I mean, that might be fair. The people need to know everything. And I love to work on my fan, but it led to a situation. No, let me talk now. You have a time to talk. So I'm gonna be quiet. Okay, let me go back in the back. I'm gonna put myself in the back. Yeah, go ahead.
Allah. I knew that they were coming with.
This is what the people listen. We woke up one morning, somebody drove into our car. They thought he was in the car, right?
Yeah.
But he wasn't, thank God. But somebody chasing Ava.
They got a license plate number.
I cannot say on the show. There's a guy out there chasing Ava. He went after Ava. Ava, you had just had a car accident a few months back.
No, I was not in the car. The car had an accident.
But you said, God bless you, you're not in the car. Thank God you're not in the car.
But the man thought, yes, listen, we got to tell the story as it is. The man thought Ava was in the car. If Ava stopped finding room for people, women, they will not chase him. Okay? And again, but don't let me tell the thing, man. Don't let me tell the thing. I get better thing to talk about. Let's have our show. I'll leave it like that, Ava. You my friend. Let me
leave it to the people's mind. Leave it to the people's mind. Let it run.
Yeah. Ava, you know your situation. You know what led to your neck problem. You know that. I'm not going there. Do not find room for people, whether in the Maryland area, in the Virginia area, in the Washington D.C. area. Do not, especially you finding room for females. That's something that confusing people. And, you are not a real excuse.
If the person tell me, say, me and my husband coming.
Oh no! I'm not asking for. Kennedy, talk to your man. I'm not asking for.
No. Let's talk to and talk so. I gotta support Ava in the one. Listen, Ava is a.
Man, we got the man just text you to help you out. The man just text you. The man just text you to help you out.
Ava is a community leader in the Maryland area. He has done very well. I was in Liberia when my children were coming to visit. Ava went to the airport, pick them up, went and carried. Ava is a genius when it comes to his hospitality. Yeah.
So Stanton, a lot of people really don't know what happened with me. So let me explain. Let me get a brief summary.
I beg you. You keep on the show, you tell anybody about your situation, don't get it out of my mouth. Okay? What I'm saying to the people, and everybody should understand, the Ava take care of your children, that children basically, we know that. We are talking about grown people stuff here. Okay? We're not talking about babysitting. No. If Ava babysit your children, that's different situation. Let's talk about why with this man. I said Vatoba Junior, the senior,
running around finding empty room
for people, women. I mean, I leave it out there. Let the people decide. I asked a fundamental question here tonight. Did you ever recently?
No, you said ever. You didn't say recently. You said ever.
Let me put everything together. Ever recently send someone up there to find a single room in somebody's house?
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Yes, I've hosted people.
No.
You get it.
Now you hosting them.
You get it. Listen,
now you hosting them.
Now
you hosting them. Because if you say I hosted people, no. Abba, let me tell you something. I'm a very wicked guy. I can attest to that. If Abba say yes and you say I hosted them, then it means that you put them in hotel. It's a long-term lease agreement that somebody is living in somebody's house. Honor your advice, and every day you go visit. But man, what is your back? Don't let her talk about. How are you, my big brother? Let's
my killing time passed long time. People didn't know my record. I'm a deadly killer. My time passed long time. Right now I'm an old papi. I'm not killing no more. I already now. But if they don't really know what happened, let me take a couple of minutes to let them know the major.
Talk to us. Let's give you the chance. What's going on?
Yeah, man, people.
After, let me say this. After all the joke, give us a real story.
All right. So, I came from the Essence Festival.
But the issue that you found room for somebody is not a joke. Let me just be on the record. It's not a joke.
And I will do it again.
Okay. I just want to be on the record.
I came from the Essence Festival with COVID. And then, I was quarantined in my house for a while. And then we have a rental property, and I was cutting trees over there at the rental property. And I had done a few branches already. So I needed to do more. And just to get out after being quarantined for like nearly 6-7 days with COVID, on the 21st, I went out there to cut the tree. And while cutting the tree, to make it short, I heard the tree cracking. And I was on a 12 to 15 foot ladder. I started coming down the ladder. I didn't expect the tree to just snap. That tree snapped, and the branch came through. The rubber gun we used to have, the big tree part, it had an opening. That big branch dropped through that opening and hit me on the left shoulder. I fell off the ladder from a 10-foot height on my head on the ground. I broke 2 of my cervical bones, C5 and C6, on my spine.
You get bro, W-E and W-Y. That story not sweet. Tell the people the rest story.
You see, it very interrupted. My man interrupted my story.
Sweet. I broke C5 and C6.
That's sweet like your own got all kind of kata.
Go ahead and say you broke yellow C5 C-Y. You think
it would take me a while to heal. But I cannot ostracize myself from society because, I have gone through this particular experience. I appreciate all the people who know the intricacies and have been praying for me. I will appreciate additional prayers that you look out for me. So your reality of man can kind of mean break my neck, break my wrist, and then cut off my finger. One man can do that to me. A tree did it to me.
Keep the rest of the story for later, my brother.
All right, I'll keep it. Thank you, Mama Kazulu. Somebody finally able to say the truth.
Okay. Trust me, Mama knows the true story, but she just, as a friend, she got to defend you. She know the true story. I told her already.
No, but still like back in the day, some people then slapping their wife already or the girlfriend already to say, have I rented room for woman and she went to Maryland. All the women who came to Maryland will start beating her.
We want to say welcome to the show, guys. It's a good. We're going to have a good program today. Now, let me bring first what we're looking forward to tomorrow. Whew, this is big. Criminal conspiracy. John Malu. John S. Malu II. One-on-one with the CEO tomorrow. Speaking truth to power and power above and beyond. The former Auditor General, Republic of Liberia. Man, I know you guys read these things. A lot is coming on. And I can say this. I want to hear from you. Sametua is preparing to appear on Spoon Talk. Whether he will appear on Spoon Talk from exile, whether he will appear from Liberia, we are negotiating very seriously to bring Sametua on, the former finance minister. But what John Malu said today, God, I know you read John Malu's piece. He will be speaking on the more tomorrow. One-on-one with the CEO will be on fire. I want us to discuss a little bit of John Malu's piece that he wrote. James, if you can just do it by paragraph, let's go into it real quick. I would appreciate it. Let me hear you. Welcome to the show. Huh?
Before we forget, I just want to make this point. If Honorable Twe decides to come, I will advise it be a full panel discussion. It shouldn't be on a Sunday because it's a serious matter. Give everybody the chance at least to ask him questions, not on a Sunday. I think
we are negotiating with. I mean, I was told to say it openly.
Yeah.
You know, we are negotiating with Sametua. His first option is to do the one-on-one, but you're right. I can present that to him as well to hear him. He's the incoming guest, and maybe we'll be joined by other radio stations that they will relay, because if Sametua appearing to speak, it will be fire. Okay, but let me say to you, you know Sametua as if you've been around Sametua. I want to start with you and Paul Kennedy, and I will keep dwelling for lies. Paul Kennedy, he's your friend. I'm not saying you are seditious, no. But you have some relationship with him, or maybe you still do. What Sametua put out today, we'll be comparing it to what Malu wrote. And I wanted people to take something home tonight. As if you read Malu's piece, and I believe you read Sametua's piece. Your take, Malu will be appearing on one-on-one with the CEO tomorrow. And I will ask the guys, whether any of you guys available to join with the conversation, that we can question Malu on some of his points he raised. I said, let me start with you first. Your take on the Malu piece, and we'll talk about the Sametua piece as well.
Malu piece has substance. We were there when we won the elections. I was a member of the CDC. 2017, we won the elections. Going into 2018, I mean, I still have information on some of the chat rooms we're in. I was consistently demanding a baseline audit of the Ellen government. And they were saying I wanted to witch hunt Ellen. I said, no, you have to understand where you are. That's why when I whole issue about where Ellen said she left 150 million, in the reserve, and we all say they didn't leave no money in the reserve. I said, those are some of the situations that happen because you guys don't listen. So the fact that over the 6 years of their leadership, they were able to discover all these things about this Ellen government, all the different corruption that happened during that time, or that they are claiming today, and they did nothing about it, speaks to the potential of conspiracy. It's just that the threshold for proving that may be very difficult, but I think there is substance in what Malu is saying, because the entire time from like 2007, even before I joined the CDC in 2009, we're criticizing the Ellen government for corruption consistently. Then as part of the CDC, we consistently pointed out all those flaws in government, okay? And for them to get there, be able to look into the books, into the papers, into the documents, into the transactions, and not do anything about it, it was really demoralizing for some of us who seek accountability and transparency. So, to deny and Malu not lying in terms of the conversations they had with because Malu told me ever since when they had some of those discussions. So, you know, I'm inclined to believe what Molu said. But even into a documentation, he admits it. He admits that some of those things happened, but they didn't do anything about it. So there's no, you know, I don't know what his defense is. You know, in this particular situation, definitely he's implicated in some things and he got to come clear himself. Hopefully he will come sooner rather than later and make it more difficult. But the fact of the matter is, the CDC, the seditionists today are crying for, you know, President Boyka to go ahead and, you know, prosecute people from alien government. But the reality is the resources are not there. The level of competence for effective prosecution not there. Even the investigation from a financial level is not there for them to be able to handle all these cases. So it has to be progressive. And there's something called recency bias. Right now, the most recent things rise to the top. But I'm saying, along with recency bias, where they're focusing on this government, the significant dollar amount of previous audits from the alien government, is there no statute of limitations on those things? They should be, you know, brought into question, investigated, and see whether they can indict people and prosecute them. We just want it to be a part of our governance culture, where we demand accountability and, you know, transparency, that government officials cannot come and act like they have their own fiefdom or domain and can do anything and walk away with impunity. So hopefully this is a start of change.
Thank you. So guys, again, please share our show. Wherever you are, please go on Facebook, leave what you are watching, and just join Spoon Talk. Please, everyone of us on set will share. If you are following us, we want you to also share. We ask you, please comment and share this show, that we can invite our friends and our relatives, our family, our sisters, brothers, whoever involved with us, that they can watch as well. It's going to be a very interesting program tonight. Again, welcome to the Spoon Talk. Paul Kennedy, let's talk about the Molu piece. Molu coming up to say, you know what? There you have a criminal conspiracy. He had a good piece out there. He will be appearing on 101 with the CEO tomorrow to go deeper into what he called criminal conspiracy. But you talk to us, Paul, your take, and also bring in the Samuel 12 piece that he wrote today.
Well, CEO, you know, I'm glad to be on again tonight. Let's thank all of the followers, like the CEO said, go and like this and share it so that people get to have their say in the current unfolding national issues. Molu and Samuel Dwyer are two of the smartest people we have in our country as far as writing is concerned. So, you know, I was able to read Molu piece, and you know, there are people who are calling for the current Unity Party government to go back in retrospect to audit and hold people accountable. But just like Abba said, so if you look at the 12 years of Unity Party plus the 6 years of CDC, the current year just passed, it's about 18 years gone. Do they have the forensic capability of going that far? And for Unity Party to begin now to spread their arm that wide, instead of just, you know, starting with where starting with the onset of what they're doing with the recent past government to go further, even if they had the intention of going to audit the Unity Party government from the Eden regime, I think what they are doing at the moment is the best thing, right? Starting with the immediate past government, where at least they still have some real raw evidence or some data they can put together. But trying to go back 18 years, some of those ministries have been burned down. Some of the places, you know, you can't even find document from. So the government has the wisdom to know or decide where they're going to go. As far as Molu is concerned, Molu is a senior member, has been a senior member of Unity Party. He understands government very well. You know, I expect that he will have a good show tomorrow, expressing, you know, most of what he wrote, and pretty much even in detail of some of the things that he was not able to pen on that paper. Samuel Dwyer is very articulate. You know, I'm sure that he's talking to lawyers also, and that you know, whenever he comes here, he'll be able to speak within the confines of what his knowledge is as far as service is concerned, and where he figures he went right or he went wrong into this. So I'm glad that, you know, he's trying to take up to the public to begin to to showcase or exonerate or plead for his case. For his case for himself. So I think it's a good thing to have the both of them to come on, and so that the Liberian people will be able to hear from the mouth of people who have been accused to try to exonerate themselves. So it's a good show, especially with one-on-one with the CEO, and we're looking forward to listening to some of the the facts Molu has to present on tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duadu de Molu. December 12th, something is coming up. What say you, brother?
Well, I think Molu is onto something here. I agree with Molu majority way in what he's written. It's up front as to Samuel claims and so-called counterclaims, they're mostly void of hard evidence. He's going to do everything he can to make his case. Remember now, this man's being charged. But here's the thing. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf outmaneuvered CDC because CDC had one intention. They came to steal. And the thing, it was not beneficial to them to go around auditing people when they intended to do the same thing. The entire push for the CDC administration is, don't do this audit now. But here's the thing to you Liberians that are listening. I want you to understand something. We have to start from somewhere. And the best place to start from is when the evidence is fresh. We have to establish this so future generation can understand it. If anybody listened to President Bouaka today, as he was speaking, if you listen to his speech today, yesterday, the cabinet meeting, he said, listen, we're here to serve the people. We will do everything you can. If you don't want to be a part of my administration, if you have ulterior motive to come here, we will let you go and you are not coming back to this government. The aim here is to set this benchmark that government is about accountability and transparency to the people. Samuel doesn't believe they should account for their stewardship. Nothing that Molu has written or Molu is suggesting or being suggested by the current administration is not supported by evidence. Everything is supported by evidence because the judge will already throw this out. Samuel can claim whatever he wants to claim. Let him come back to the country and claim whatever he presents a case to the court. But he cannot run away. Look, we all know what Samuel did. Look, before I give it to the guy, Samuel was building a 3-bedroom home for 10 years. He could not complete it. He was not even able to complete it. In the span of 6 years, this boy could afford anything. Can anybody try to tell me that a man who was making $7,000 in the country could afford to send all his children to boarding school in Ivory Coast where they're paying $3,000 per month per child? Then he come and answer, he can write anything he wants to write. But at the end of the day, people that Samuel should spend at least 50 years in jail if you're level 1. They have no place. They stole from the people heavily. Stanton.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the show, Fadiga. UJ, it's good to have you.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to be back here with my esteemed folks. I see Ava, he looks like someone as Space Captain Stingray, back in the day, that Stingray. But I hope you're feeling better. I read John Malu post. John Malu was being John Malu. He left you a lot of stuff. I heard sarcasm. I heard pain. I read frustration from a man that was very close to the Weah administration from the onset of the presidency. A lot of us thought that he would have come in and brought sanity to that party. But like most people that try to come in, it's like the entire team. They put a wedge and it just like a lot of people. Or he accused accusation against Ellen. He said we are accused Ellen of $1.23 billion stealing. And they didn't do nothing. You talk about the internal conflict. He talked about a field investigation of Musa Deem. So he went after all the key actors. Even though it was a short article, but he managed to go after other people. He talked about the scandal arrest over the $16 billion of Milton Weeks and the late Charles Sirleaf and leaving a lot of other people out. He talked about a field promise, assets recovery. Look, like I said a couple of days ago, President Weah thought stealing was a susu. He actually took stealing to be susu. That every government have come and stolen and nobody do anything, so I want time to pour out no susu. Then when Bouaka came, he will lead on. But I think he messed with the wrong man because Honest Joe is not leaving this You know, one of the things I admired about President Pueka, he doesn't express any emotion. You know, that's what I call a commander in chief. He assertive. He show command, but he doesn't do it with any emotion, no high or low emotion. He just straight face, you know, going after them. That's how you be a mean man. That's how you govern a country. You don't mess with people. Your yes is your yes, your no is your no, but you just stick to the issue. And I think because we have not seen this level of accountability in Liberia, people look, it has been normalized in this country. Anytime people do, oh my man, you just leave it, you just forget it. I just only you want to take food for the people more. Hey man, look, so the culture that have been cultivated over the years in this country refuse to hold people accountable. People feel bad holding people accountable in this place. So this is strange. And even now, even me, for me, a lot of us, we are cautiously optimistic. We believe that this is happening, but until we see people actually in bracelet and green or yellow orange suit and beyond bag, this is still surreal to a lot of us to see public officials that are alleged to have done embezzled public fund being held accountable. We have not seen that in our lifetime. And, you know, people want to talk about it. We saw Josh where he came, he played around it, and those guys ended up being released. Look, I pray that this will just not be an arrest, but we need to strengthen our judiciary system. We need to dot our I and cross our T so that these guys could legally get away. Not because they are innocent, but because we have a flawed judiciary system. And let us not forget that before the CDC left from power, they did a very good job of tipping the balance within our judiciary up to the Supreme Court. That is also a factor. So we have an uphill battle to fight. This is not over yet. These guys still have money in normal cash to dust around. So this is going to be a very, very long 6 years.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And folks, again, we want to say it's going to be a very beautiful show today. Seriously, wherever you find yourself, you want to join us as you drink your wine, your be like Fatiga. Tell her to bring the drivers, and you be on Spoon Talk while you watch her, prepare the plate. Be like Isaac Vibe. Claim on some other Lilo to see what you're looking at and you fall and you break your C1 and C2 to your C6, wherever that may be. Be like Dwalu, sweet talking his wife because he's on his way to Liberia. Be the Paul Kennedy. That told his wife say he gotta go say his last speaker to come back. But you know what's up. I mean, I get something on everybody. But mommy, I don't be the mommy. I know about mommy yet. I'm a man. I will keep it one secret.
Yeah, man, you know you're my man, but you can talk plenty. Man can talk all.
Man can talk all.
But it's about the what were the topics? Sorry, I joined late. You muted, Stanton.
Okay. What we're saying is that obviously John Molu II, he wrote a piece. Samuel wrote his piece too. John Molu is appearing on Spooner Bar. And here comes Samuel also again what he wrote. That $300 million, 300. He got all document and evidence that the Unity Party 12 years ran away with $300 million, which was unaccounted for. And IMF know this story. This is a big breaking news. But again, we are negotiating to bring Samuel on the Spoon Talk. Your take, Mame. Talk to us.
The first thing is we need to unpack a few things here. But before that, Tua seems to be more like a fugitive running away from justice. He should come to Liberia and talk. But I read his statement. I mean, to read real long statement like that, most of the time will be from John Molu. But I read Tua's statement. I read Molu's statement. Tua is technically validating everything Molu said. everything Molu wrote to just confirm it. And today made Molu like a Jewish prophet. Molu said, we need to prosecute George Weah and other people for criminal conspiracy. That is Molu's argument. Molu said he believes that these people saw the crime that were committed and they concealed it. For that reason, they conspire against the Liberian people. That's what Molu said yesterday. You saw crime, you cover it up. Crime that have bearing on the life of the people, the masses, everyday masses. Crime that have bearing on the life of the masses. You saw it, you conceal it, so therefore you are complicit, you're part of the crime, and you should be prosecuted for conspiracy. In less than 24 hours, 12 comes on and say we saw 300 million. I was hearing Ava talking about audit. That audit, though, because audit is for you to go and establish. They are telling you they saw it with their eyes. They get record, they have all the documents, but they refuse to take action. Are you not confirming what Molu said? You confirming. Akaras Gray, Molu said, you people were compromised. Every time you took issues in the legislature, at the end of the day, you will compromise. You say, no, you didn't compromise. But we'll get a video of Akara Gray, no accusation. He himself talking. We will play it on the screen. You accuse Noka of all the corruption, all the bad things with CSR. You took the legislature, you took it to the legislature. While the investigation going on, in your own mouth, you admitting that you went to Noka, you wrote them letter to sponsor CSR project in your district. And they did it. Those were the compromises they were making. They will raise the issue, they get attention, and they go trade in the back. Are these the kind of people we need to provide leadership for our country going forward? That's the next stage of the conversation. Are these the kind of people we need for the leadership of our country going forward? Who will see corruption and just cover it up for 6 years and don't talk? Who will raise issue when everybody attention on them and go and compromise for CSR project? Liberians should be opening their eyes. The next conversation will be speaking to the ordinary people. But I just wanted to show how to confirm everything Molu said.
Wow, guys, again, thank you for joining us. As always, let me make this thing sweet. Not the story of, how you call him, Ava. We're going to make our own story on the show sweet. Welcome to the Spoon Network. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. Welcome to Fabric TV, Super TV, Fabric FM, Super FM. Whatever you are, our YouTube is grinding, is better, it's getting stronger. We want to say, as we partner with Front Page Africa and Variety News, do not forget to follow their story as well. The story on both newspapers, they are accurate, come with documentation, evidence. It's nothing you're naysaying. No, they are accurate. They will give you the fact. We want to say thank you again that on this beautiful Saturday, you are joining Spoon. I also like to give you guys 30 seconds, please. My Take Tomorrow program will be one of the biggest programs. John Molu say he about to say it all. I want to call John Molu briefly, just briefly, to what got into him, okay, that he's now speaking the way he's speaking. So while I place the phone call to John Molu, let me go back to Ava. Now, maybe you went over Samuel Toy on the statement, man. $300 million, if it is true, why did the government bury it, Ava? The question across. Why do you think the CDC government thought it wise to keep it on a hush-hush? Ava, you with us?
Muted.
All right, let me bring in Paul Kennedy to Ava can get ready. Paul, why do you think the government buried the 300 million story, knowing that, and this is Samuel Toy, 6 years in the government. He got a lot of documentation. Report coming to me, they're saying that they gotta get documentation from the president to the vice president to the speaker to the pro temp, everybody just coming down, and he ready to light everything up. He ready to tell the whole story here. Why? Who advised an IMF or something? Why you think George Monrovia government buried that 300 million story?
Look, listen, CDC was a very populous government that eventually destroyed themselves in the process. I wish on the contrary, as people think, oh, Paul Kennedy, last time I did any business with CDC was 2011. Since 2011, CDC does not respect my opinion, and I have no voice in the party as far as it is. I'm a member of LANU, and I'll continue to say that. But CDC could have revised our country, and for some reason, I think they failed to do that. Because just like Mame said, when CDC took over Unity Party, with all of the corruption that, in fact, President Sally herself came on radio in Monrovia and said there's a missing amount of money, there's corrupt charges that Auditor John Malu has informed people implicated in some of it with no car and whatsoever. Madam Sally served those on the radio, and CDC came with all that evidence on, knowing that they did not prosecute Unity Party and all of those who were implicated at the time. Now, when you don't have power and you've been, brought to justice, this is where you come to say you want to, present evidence of a government that has gone to 6 years ago. It's not going to hold water, like we say in the community. So what I think CDC can do at the moment is focus on how they can either present the evidence that implicates them in this current past year, than trying to focus on anything that Madam Salih and the United Party did then, because I don't think that those evidence will be admissible even before the court of law. I'm not a lawyer, but to be judging you on something you did in 6 years, then you start bringing something about Stanton in 12 years, is not going to make any sense to me. I will be looking at you trying to exonerate yourself. So CDC need to go back in their house to sit down to figure out what they did wrong and what they did right.
Let me interrupt you. I beg you. The folks asking this question before we go to Eduardo and the rest of the guys. Let me interrupt you, Paul. Anybody can ask question. We all lay back. Eduardo, if you have a question, you should shoot. It is important for us to say today, though, if it is true that someone told us, okay, you charged me for $6.2 million, I'm going to court. I'm going to face in the Liberian justice system. But on such and such day, with the document in my hand, X, Y, and Z walk away with this amount of $1 million. They are sitting in the government right now and push that story. You know, our country is divided now as per the election result. Forget that someone trying to cover or something. Don't you think it will hold water? See, you talking about holding water in the public space?
See, if Samuel Tua can prove in the current accusation and indictment that the 6 million they are talking about in question of misappropriation, misapplication, personal diversion, cohesion, all of that, if we can link any current government official in government that is linked to that accusation, of course, I think the judicial system should begin to bring that.
Not the 6 million. I'm not talking about the 6 million. If you read Samuel Tua piece today, he said 300 million.
But that's from the past. That's nobody asking. Nobody's asking Samuel Tua to make any justification on the 300 million. He had the power to prosecute whoever took 300 million over 6 years. They had the power to do that. They did not. Right? They didn't say they have all that evidence. They did not do it. So he cannot be bringing it in these current days.
But Paul, when you want Samuel Tua to bring it up,
let him finish with on a case first. When he clear and exonerate himself, then he can go back down to
the man down here before. The man already in the water, he's kind of the core.
No, one thing I know.
A good lawyer that will represent Samuel Tua.
So, Stanton, you wanted two cases to go on at the same time?
No. I say. Samuel Tua was facing his allegation, right? The charges against him for the 6.2.
Right.
But this is a story for a good lawyer. All right. As much as Samuel Tua going to stand before the judge and he say he's willing, right? What we are hearing, he got an instruction from the president coming down he can face that charges. But if Samuel Toy come out today and say, I have this document on a speaker or on the pro tem or on the chair on executive, chair on foreign, chair on waste means, chair on this and that for 12 years, these guys were in government. Now they are still in government. They embezzle, they stole from the Liberian people. Don't you think it will hold water? Don't you think it will be important?
The case can hold water, but I will arrest Samuel Toy for suppressing evidence. I will arrest Samuel Toy for being complicit. And just what John Molu is talking about. Conspiracy. So you probably held that thing over people's heads, and maybe they gave you money, or maybe you compromise, they compromise something. What's the essence of you, of fiduciary of the state, holding power, okay, with the ability to show these documents? You say you and the international community, IMF, were involved in all these things.
Exactly.
I myself will be suing the IMF as a Liberian citizen. We should bring a class action suit against the IMF because they cannot do that to this country. Then you come, you know, the Ministry of Finance hardly have data. You manufacture all this stupid data and you read reports and stuff. No, it's wrong. If the IMF were complicit in this process, the Liberian government should bring an international lawsuit against the IMF too.
I agree.
And I think Toy is indicted and he should stop talking too much at the moment.
No, but hold on. Let me.
I don't
want you to jump out there in the pot. Don't spoil our show. Paul, do that advance in the back. Don't spoil. I want the man to come and spoon talk. Don't do that, Paul.
No, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
Paul.
No, but
you say you shouldn't talk too much.
You're not listening to me. What he's doing is indicting other people. The IMF cover up. You know what that means? So, you know, you are asking whether they could use his testimony to go after other people who are sitting down in government. I'm saying even if that is against some magnitude, you cannot do it in this present case that is against him. They have to first of all complete this case, adjudicate it, before you can use any statement he gives you, even if that statement is admissible in court, before you can further prosecute other government officials. And maybe
so I agree with you. Let's wrap
this up. How does any of that support to a case?
Guys, maybe you guys are not following the trend over here. And let me go to Mr. Eduardo, and everybody will say their own from which position they stand. I do believe that it's time to come to begin to point finger on folks in the government currently. Not that the court would take that as a new case, but he is stirring the water. And this thing, you hold the rope will hold the bush. Mr. Eduardo.
Look, Stanton, let's get serious. This is Liberia. Look, everybody understand the IMF always been a predatory organization to countries such as ours. We are struggling. They're going to exploit the situation if we allow them. They've done this for many years. And you're always screaming about Twe being smart. He's not that smart. If I were Twe, I would shut up because he's going to self-incriminate. He's doing just that. He's not a smart man. Yes, a beautiful thing about these prosecutions that are coming down. Mark my word on the show today. Today is the 3rd of August. 12 will sell as president we are. When it comes to saving your own skin, these boys will start talking. This is the beautiful thing. You know, here in the US, and it happens in Liberia too, when people start talking and you accuse Dwalu of a massive crime and I want to save myself, well, I'll start cutting deals. These deals will be cut. Now, for those of you in the trade that say, oh, Dwalu, you're getting emotional. You want for the government to give somebody 50 years because it's stole. That's weakness. You're being too aggressive. Let me tell you something. People die in Rivers County because of these decisions. People die in Bapulu County, across the country. What do you prefer? These are likened to murder, negligent homicide. That's what we're calling in other country. If you do what two of them have done. Two of them knew, like as I said, it was complicit, not complicity, it was an accomplice to a major crime. They had the evidence, they knew what was happening, they refused to prosecute. For tick for tack, quid pro quo, whatever you want to call it. And this is a crime under Liberian law. So Twe should not come out. If I were Twe today, I would tell him, keep quiet, shut up, because whatever you say will be used against you. These people are criminal. Upon conviction, I said nothing less than 50 years. Look, for Liberia to work, we have to lock up the criminals, give them sledgehammers, get the bus right, and put on the road and roll. Thank
you. Well, Fadiga, you get your 30 seconds, my brother. Talk to us.
Well, look, Twe has no. If he's not, Twe is good at dissembling. He will take a little bit of truth and mix it up with bunch of lies, and he's very good at talking that way. Look, I read Toy's speech, and I saw the same old arrogance. I did not see any remorse. I did not see anything. He spoke just like President Weah. He said the same thing. Look at President Weah's speech. All the garbage that were in there was the same thing in there. They just bring bunch of allegation. They just gallop the way through the conversation, switching from one thing to another without addressing the real issue here that he's accused of. That is deflection. They do not want us to get to the bottom of this. They will go through any error, even causing chaos in the country so that reality ain't confusion. That is what they try to do. They do not want to be here accountable. So what we are seeing here, look, the worst part of this thing here is the lack of remorse. For me, that's the most painful part. I would never be in that kind of situation and keep posturing and talking about which one, bring it on. You're lucky you're out of the country. Look, I have nothing personal against Samuel Toy. I've got to know him over the years. I like him as an individual. Personally, I think we had some good conversation in the past. But when it comes to so many allegations, I don't know the facts. I'm not a forensic investigator. I don't know what is going on. But what we can see with our naked eye and his response from the audit, it calls for concern for any well-meaning Liberian. And I think that you take it serious. But you know what? Something even tells me that these guys are still thinking this is business as usual. This will not hit home until we see people in bracelet and green, orange jumpsuit going to, maybe we can bring, we need to build more prison. When they start seeing the erection of beautiful prison around, up in a clean place that will put these people, then people will know. But you know what? Many people thinking that thing is safe now. I'm telling you, many people, look, read that thing. Everything Stuart wrote in there, he never took ownership. Talking about, look, he lied about even the harmonization. He said, well, IMF made it optional. Nobody thought of him. That harmonization, he did not tell the full truth. He did the same thing again to keep, switching the topic so that we can get confused, keep blaming other people, pointing fingers so that we do not get to the bottom of this thing. Look, to me, everything that we are doing, until we see people prosecuted, convicted, and sent to prison, so we can see that symbol where Liberian in the left hand can see people actually going to jail for what they did to the country. Nothing. We just waste our time. I look forward.
Thank you, Fadiga. Thank you very much. My mate, talk to us on this issue. We got a lot of story coming up.
Yeah, Molu raised two issues. Molu raised criminal conspiracy, and he also raised compromises. People just have air. They just say things, mobilize the masses behind them, and then in the dying minute, they go and compromise in the back, and the people know nothing about it. The money they made in the process, the people do not benefit. In the day, they come out, they shout. In the net, they go and compromise. That's what Molu said. So I want you to play that video, Stanton, that I sent you.
Which one you sent me?
The video of Akaros Gray, because he responded to Molu 2 on Molu issue about compromises.
Oh,
yeah. I told Good to post it. That one that he said talking it, and I mean talking it for him.
Oh, so Good, you told him to post it, so he got it, right?
Yeah. But why are you trying to upload that? Why are you trying to upload that? Let's speak to our people. It's up? Okay. Let's
play it. Good, play it then.
PSC. Sell all the audit to PSC. Then they go all the corporate social responsibility in every entity of government. Sell all. We were scot-free. We never took a damn to use it on ourselves. It's not possible. I will tell you, LTA did it for my district before. I'm now running away. Even Noka did the Busher quarter, or how do you call it?
How much did Colonel Gray receive from the central bank? How much did Colonel Gray receive from the central bank?
Receive. I said, let them go and look. Start on. Join United Party press for my prosecution. Don't run.
You have a...
Thank you. After accusing Noka of spending millions of dollars and all the things and bring them on the floor, only to 6 years later, Local sponsor project in my district. I wrote them letter for help. How many seditions, ordinary seditions knew that Akaros were into business with Nukar and they were implementing project in his district? How many were them? The only thing they know between Akaros and Nukar is Akara is a critical voice against Nukar. That's all they knew for 12 years.
Akaros opened an investigation on Nukar, though.
Exactly. It is that.
What is the investigative report? What is the report?
Everywhere you go, they say Akara wrote letter to investigate Nukar. That was the champion. But later on, you realize that they did those things to get the attention, go back and compromise. I didn't say it, he said it. Nukar implemented project, he wrote them letter. The institution you accuse and open an investigation on, the investigation is not concluded, but you writing them to implement project. Where is the project? What was the cost of the project? How many people knew they were doing it? So, on Molu argument about compromises, that is just one example of how they compromise genuine issues for their personal benefit, but mislead the masses that they're acting on their behalf to the ordinary people. Open your eyes. See these people, your government officials, trading allegation of stealing millions of dollars from you. They're not saying no. They say, okay, you stole some, I stole my own too. Is that the leadership you want for your country going forward? Somewhere to lastly, you are in court. We know these things. I will put on the defensive. So you say things all around, hoping that you can put other people on the defensive. Let's put the men on the defensive too. That is the strategy. Come and go to court. Address yourself to the issue. Even if the court frees you, it doesn't remove the fact, the substance of the case, that millions of dollars were spent in this way.
So you don't want to hear Samuel on a story that 300 million went out.
I want to see more.
Yeah, but Paul Kennedy is saying not now. Baru saying not now. Abba saying not now. Sadiqa saying not now.
No, I said now. Let me bring more.
Antoine is the former finance minister. He has evidence, and he put all outside. Let's see everybody. And it can't be United Party and CDC. It has to be individual because not all the people in CDC they indicted for corruption. That Tue and few other people who need will come up. So don't just say CDC, United Party. Name the people.
But Mame, would that not be going back 18 years to a case that has not been opened?
Yes. If Paul Kennedy was there 18 years and he took the money,
let it put it
Paul Kennedy.
Yeah. Let it put it aside.
And that's my argument. So let me bring in Asido. Asido, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show, bro.
Well, so Stanton, thank you. So the first thing we are hearing on this show is if an entity undertook a project so that entity is not corrupt. So if you've supposed to build football field somewhere, just because they paid a fee, they're not corrupt. If no car built talking about funny looking thing in Busse Quarter, just because they build it there, so they're not corrupt. Look, sometimes let's talk things that are important. It wouldn't make sense to ever think that because Akaros Gray told certain people, please can help me to build something in my district, just because they went there to build it. So no, they're not corrupt. So let us go on things, Stanton. Let's really bring to the front. Let's really bring to the front what we are up against. I have not seen anyone from George Weah to the layman who have argued that accountability should not be the thing of our country. Everyone agrees on that. What's our discussion and what's our argument, Stanton? The fight we are up against today is not about the fight against corruption. No. It is the targeting of individuals. What will the fight against corruption mean, Stanton? The fight against corruption will mean if Samuel Tue, who was the Minister of Finance from the CDC government, illegally took 500,000 from NASCOP to purchase cars, Samuel Twe should be prosecuted. If Mr. Gillespie, who is now the Minister of State under President Boyka, also took 500,000 from NASCOP to buy cars, he should also be prosecuted. That is the fight against corruption. Stanton, if you choose to prosecute Samuel Twe, who took 500,000 from NASCOP, but you don't want to prosecute Gillespie, who took the same thing, then you are not fighting corruption. That's what we're saying. Let us now go to what John Molu said. And as a matter of fact, I personally agree with John Molu. Two things mean he stated. Number one, John Molu agreed that Unity Party 12 years rule stole 1.2 billion. Let's not forget, John Molu was the Auditor General, so he knows exactly what he is saying. What is the second thing? The second thing is CDC knowing that the fact that Unity Party government, when President Boyka was the vice president, stole 1.2 billion, still did not go after those who stole 1.2 billion, was a failure on the part of CDC. That's the two things he's saying. Should we not agree?
Criminal negligence, not failure. Criminal negligence.
Let's agree. Let's agree that one, UP, by admittance of the Auditor General during their tenure, is saying 1.2 billion was criminally taken from the coast of our country. So let us all agree that the CDC failed massively in that aspect of going after the Unity Party government. We are arguing today that the rescue mission came to power to do all of the wrongs that CDC initiated. One of the wrongs that CDC did was not auditing the past government. We are now asking. It said that the rescue wants to correct all of the wrongs besides the one wrong. Yes, we agree. CDC failed. Okay, failed on auditing, we agree. But didn't rescue come to correct all of the wrongs from the CDC government? If not auditing the UP 12 year was one of the wrongs, shouldn't the rescue government correct that wrongs? That's why we are saying it's not about fight against corruption. It is about targeting individuals because you see them as political opponents. And you think the Liberian people are so stupid to see your actions to be fighting against corruption. It is not. If this president wants to fight corruption, he will start up with the 650,000 inauguration money. He will go to the 500,000 illegally taken from NASCOP to buy cars. He will go to the $22 million spent on mud rolls. He will investigate the issue of yellow machines. Then we are fighting corruption. But as of now, it is a political witch hunt. It is targeting of political opponents. This will not cut the cake in Liberia. No, I'm sorry, it will not.
All right, guys, we want to say thanks to everybody. I'm going to call Honorable Akaris Mose-Gray. We saw his name in the piece written by the senior auditor, John Molu. We saw his reply. And Mama is alluding to some other stuff yet as well. What Akaris Mose-Gray, his involvement in this knockout allegation and everything. Let me call Akaris Gray, the former District Number 8 Moserado County representative. Let's just get a piece of his own argument, and it will help us understand. Hello?
Yes, Stanton.
Representative Gray, thank you very much for accepting to address this issue. You saw John Molu piece. You live on Spoon, though. You saw John Molu piece that he wrote. Your name is mentioned in it. I saw your reply. I read your reply. I want to give you the chance, if you don't mind, addressing this story. And Mama on the show also, you know, everybody taking a piece of that argument. Let's give you the chance. Let's be fair. What's your take with the investigation of NOCAL, your investigation with NOCAL and how it ended, and You request for money from central bank to do some project in your district.
No, basically, Stanton, sorry that I'm not following the show. But basically, the first thing is that when I saw the piece on Facebook, I thought Molu didn't really write that. That was my feelings. But then I confirmed from one or two persons that said he wrote it, because I don't see him on Facebook. So because those are credible sources that I got the information from that he wrote it, I thought that whosoever that may have fed him with the information distorted the fight. First and foremost, in 6 years, because that was early in time, I served on 3 committees. I served as chairman on the committee on governance, and I served as member on the committee on utility for 3 years, because the committees are rotated after 3 years, the lawmakers. So at no point in time as chairman on governance that an investigator or matter that has to do with NOCA, or as a member of the committee on utility, the public records. After 3 years, when Speaker Taro reappointed me because we had a disagreement, I resigned from all committees after the 3 years. I had no committee until 2017 when Imayu Ndukwe became speaker and appointed me as chairman on maritime. So for somebody to first and foremost say that I was on a committee to investigate the Chevron, let me not say NOCA, but the Chevron Social Development Fund is fallacious. No committee checked the record, it's a legislative record. What I did was that I wrote a communication to plenary to seek an inquiry on the Chevron Social Responsibility Funds of 10.5 million United States dollars. And when I wrote that communication, it became a heated debate, an extremely heated debate. It almost led to physical fight. But finally, the speaker established what I call a specialized committee, and I was never a member named at any point in time to that committee. It was one of the colleagues on the floor who amended the motion that I should provide the pieces of information that I have and be resourceful to the committee itself. But no, I was not a member of the committee. I did not go through the investigation. I'm not. In fact, if there's a copy of the report, you will never see my signature on it or my name on it. So I thought that Mr. Molu was misinformed by that. And that was the beginning of my fight against Speaker Talo. Because when the communication had 2 folds. One, to investigate the matter. 2, to summon Mr. Rahul Salif to provide clarity on that. The speaker did not allow Mr. Rahul Salif to come. So after I presented my resourceful work to the committee, Senator Bani asked that I have to recuse myself and leave because I have provided my information who have been a conflict of interest. On our rules, there's something called conflict of interest. I cannot be the complainant and at the same time be the investigator. So yeah, so at no point in time, I was involved except providing resources. What
was the conclusion of that investigation? Because you were still in the House of Representatives, you were still part of the team, right?
Let me say this to you, and I want to be on public record. Okay, that was one of the reasons that I got so annoyed with Speaker Talo, and it was easy for me to join a fight against him. He swept it under the carpet. I know that the committee presented a report to him, because usually these reports are submitted to the chief clerk and to the speaker, and he refused. In fact, he refused to invite Rahul Salif, and he went on air and he had a radio interview that the plenary never made a decision to invite Rahul Salif. And my political affairs officer, who was the last superintendent for Grand Paso County, John J. Bable, went on air and said if he were a lawmaker, he would ask the speaker to resign. The speaker thought that I was pushing him, so they even threatened my expulsion from the legislature. And I stood my ground and never ever took Mr. Bable from the position.
So was there any conclusion to that investigation?
If that any what?
Were there any conclusion to that investigation?
The investigation, let me tell you this, the investigation was actually concluded, I can say that, but the speaker refused to put the investigation on the floor because the determination of putting the agenda item on the floor is done by the speaker. And you know, by then now, Speaker Talo and I were no more cool. In fact, I was fighting in the warehouse.
Do you have copy of the investigation? Do you have copy of the investigation report?
No, I don't. I could not get a copy of the investigation because if an investigation is concluded
and is placed on the agenda, you can make a request for that. But what is not placed on the agenda, then you cannot get a copy of that investigation.
Okay, so secondly, can we please clarify the money you received from Central Bank and why you received the money, or your district received from Central Bank?
No, but I told you something, let me be on record. And Sandra, thank God you asked the question. You remember when you asked me the question of the 40,000, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, let's be real. I told you that at no point in time in August 30th of 2019, that Thomas Fowler, Buffalo Chimos, and I wrote for any money from Central Bank or for any social corporate responsibility. And on the basis of that, the final report came out and you saw it. That was a request by, I think, ECOWAS. If you want to ask about that request, probably you can ask Senator Snoop, because he was the head of delegation for ECOWAS. I've never been on that committee before. So my name was not in there. I don't know where they took the first report from. But what I said to you is that I remember vividly the Central Bank under Mills Jones is now under the current Central Bank governor. Because the report that you were reading was under the current Central Bank governor August 30, 2019. Mills Jones did a Palawa hut in Busa Quarters. The cash was not placed in my hand. Though I asked them to help our people in Busa Quarters, but they did not put the cash in my hand. They went there, they did the Palawa hut. At the end of the day, he did the dedication of the Palawa hut in Busa Quarters. Another thing he did was that the people of slavery, some of them wanted some scholarship. Okay, so he went there and he showed that the then chairman won't blow you. They provided, I think, $1 million to them. Okay, and then they provided their own scholarship to their people. I know they had some confusion over that cash. Then another time he tried to give some loan to some people in the district, but I was not directly involved into receiving the money and distributing the money.
So what you said on the 101, I mean, was that a mistake?
No. I said to you probably that clarification, you didn't get it first.
Okay.
I said to you that I did write Central Bank. That's what I said.
Okay.
For corporate social responsibility, corporate social responsibility funds to help. But what I did not do, okay, let me repeat. At no point in time that I received the 40,000 from them, and I said that to you on the clarity. And I did not write for that in August of 2019. That's why the current audit report doesn't have my name included into it. Okay.
Honorable Greg, yeah, one quick question for you, sir. We got reports from one of your finance minister in the person of Samuel Twe that the UP-led administration literally stole 300 million United States dollars from the Liberian people, and the CDC administration did nothing about it. They were an accomplice to a crime. Do you think such a government should be allowed to come back to power, knowing that they just sat on the case?
Let me say this much to you. I believe that the CDC must come back to power, and the CDC will come back to power. That's why I'm working tirelessly, now driving the military on the offensive, defensive, attacking at the same time and defending. I believe the CDC must come to power. I believe
even though they're shooting a crime, even though they committed a crime.
I hope I didn't get that point.
Even though they're committing a crime, Senator, can you relay this? Even though they recognize a crime was committed against Liberia for 300 million and did nothing about it, should the Liberian people bring such criminals back to power?
You see, the first thing, your language is very much unrefined. To call someone criminal is to find them guilty of an act, committed, crime, convicted by a court.
Not necessarily.
Hold on, Mr. Twali, let him finish now.
Yeah.
He's on the phone, so let him finish. Yeah.
You see, let me start on. I remember the last time that appeared on the show, you told us to desist from these things, from just calling people criminals, calling people rogues, or any names. Because the first thing to call someone a criminal, an established criminal, is for the person to be found guilty in a court of competent jurisdiction. So yes, do I believe that the CDC must come to power? Yes, I'm convinced. I will be on the front line. I will not shy away. And Stanton, I really want to appreciate you first and foremost for calling me. I think these clarities are very important because it borders on people's character. You know, the dangerous thing now, Stanton, is that I just want to appeal to you and all of your panelists that people should not just be accusing people, you know, because Stanton, all documents of the legislature, and many of those documents are public documents. Sometimes you just search for a newspaper, you will see the report, okay, in the newspaper. Talo and I did not go well. Everybody here know that I fought Talo even when the party, the CDC, asked me to back out. That's the very first time as a certain lawmaker that I differ with the CDC. Okay, that I will fight Talo with everything that I have. Those were the factors. That was in the media factors. Because the first thing I felt used, I insulted. Okay? After looking at some of the projects, for example, look at the 7 Social Development Funds project across what the place name, the bridge, Gabriel Tucker Bridge. Look at Slave Fee in my district. Look at PHP that was built. Look at some of the latrines, start on some of the latrines you put up on your place. That 7 Social Development Funds building. I felt insulted. So I had to fight to the end. Okay? And son, I believe, Stanton, I want to be on record, I believe that John Modu, I have a lot of respect for John Modu. Let me tell you this. I respect John Modu as I respect Gafwan. Those were my 2 best appointed officials under Ellen Johnson Sally. I still have that love and respect for them. But I think Mr. Modu should first and foremost fast check some of the things that people say about people, because it's not nice and it's not good to say those things.
Do you think Molu's accusation or what he wrote in his piece, those allegations, do you think CDC kicked the can down the road, but not investigating the 300 meter?
If I have the opportunity one of these days, stand on, we can arrange a special interview. And because our own radio, it doesn't take 1-2 minutes to explain.
You're right. Thank you.
Because there are a lot of things in terms of strengthening the laws and all of those things. But all I want to say, stand on here, is that first and foremost, I was never a member of any committee of such. I named those committees that I serve as members on, and that record is very important. I believe Mr. Modu is a rational man. Okay, and he should stop allowing himself to be used by people and providing false information to malign the character of people. This is not nice. I don't have anything against Mr. Mami. He's doing a piece of work. I respect it. I know sometimes he just talks because he wants to talk, but I respect him. But he has no evidence. He worked at Nuka. If he show you a single communication that I have at Nuka, Stanton, never allow me to come on your show.
Thank you very much.
Challenge and open the file. Thank you also.
Thank you, Representative.
This is what to be said. I know he's gone. If a person admits to a crime, they don't have to be convicted. Fran has been in Sasamba to say there was 300 million stolen from the Liberian people. They knew about it. They did nothing about it. They are considering themselves criminals. So yes, you can call somebody a criminal if they admit to a crime, not necessarily to the court. That has to be said.
Thank you very much. So guys, again, we got to move on your time. You can ask whether you want to chime into what Conor Grace said. I want to bring this information, which is very important for us all to know. Yeah, I think that our brother Abula daughter gave him a hard time. I want to bring this Jonathan Massaquet. Jonathan Massaquet, that was appointed by Joseph Yiman Bwaka to serve as executive director of the Office of War and Economic Crime Court, has been that position. They have withdrawn his appointment. He's out. He would not represent. It's very important for us to know that we have confirmed Councillor Jonathan Massaquet nomination as chairperson of the Office of War and Economic Crime Court has been withdrawn. This was done since last week, but they were waiting for him to come back into the country for them to serve him the letter. So he's no more. So everybody that was jubilating, yeah, it was a good appointment. We heard the orator, she cried on it. She said he got to step down. We heard an advocacy group cry and said this guy knows nothing about war and economic crime court. And we heard that he was appointing his own people, folks that I cannot call the names, but from the Azevatuba party. I don't want to join that together. But he was bringing people in that was conflicting with the UP agenda. So the group UP, and I would say this, I'm not part of UP, and they say, listen, who's this guy? But imagine, this is like a second or third appointment withdrawal, a terminal withdrawal. They're putting there for justice minister, no, let's take him out. They're putting there for the one, no, let's take him out. And we know that when he went there, he hired a couple of other people that are ready, pushed now to call the name because of the conflict. But want to say again, we can say this to the nation, that whoever wrote this piece on social media and we investigated was so good, I sent a shout out to them. It is confirmed. I can confirm, having spoken to my sources, over 5 of them, that this withdrawal was done. It was done it was done since last week. They were waiting for him to come back to the country. Councillor Jonathan Massaquet nomination as chairperson of the Office of War and Economic Crime Court has been withdrawn. Okay? This Jonathan Massaquet, who right now working at the law office of Fanati Kofa, the president, Joseph Yima Barker, told his wives to withdraw his nomination. So he's no longer, they serve him already, and I was told that we can announce it freely. Let me just hear you on it real quick. I know we'll come back to our carriage group, we'll come back to other issue, but let's talk about Jonathan Massacre. How big is this? The pressure came on the president. The orator spoke about it. International group spoke about it. And, you know, we were here on Spoon questioning. I mean, you see him being informed. I mean, this guy brings no experience. We reach out to people that were fighting for war and economic crime back home and abroad. They question it. And since last week, the president said, well, we will not take him. He should step down. Paul Kennedy, talk to us.
Yeah, I was trying to get unmuted. Well, listen, it's an interesting case. I really don't know the gentleman in question. I've never followed his personal professional career, but I heard, you know, several places he was appointed and recalled. And for him to be in leadership and bringing people because of his affiliation and not, first of all, setting up a strategic plan on how to review and assess and move forward with that institution, I thought probably he was not ready for the position. I mean, normally when you are appointed in a position, what you do is you find a couple of people to bring them on. I don't know whether he had the power to do that or all of the committee members were going to be appointed by the president. You know, those are all things that remain in his purview. But, you know, again, I'm not a United Party insider, and I don't know why they are recalling this gentleman. But if they recall him for some reason, I think the public should know why they recall him. You know, to say, hey, this is official, not without not going into the fine details to say particularly why they recall him. When you appointed him, you went to the air and say he has been appointed on this committee. When you recall him, you should also come on national media to say, listen, Mr. A, B, and Z has been recalled, and this is his able replacement. So we are looking forward. If his withdrawal is true, we are also looking to see a particular position when government will come to say he has been withcalled, and they're going to be replacing him.
I don't know what you mean if it's true. If I say it is true, seriously, I was spoken to
but you are not the government. It has to be official.
No. Say if it is official, but don't say if it's true. Yes. Then you will make our story to be.
Yeah, let me correct myself. Yeah. So we'll be looking to get the official withdrawal statement from government. But for up to now, until government can come to say that, we'll consider it speculation. Even though it's true, it's been speculated.
And again, our sources have confirmed they are 100% certain, they are 100% sure this guy have been recalled. But Mr. Duadu, I mean, is that bad luck behind the guy, Mr. Duadu?
It's not bad luck, but I'm also going to say the people, the appointment committee that are doing the research on these people have to do their due diligence. Look, this is a simple call and draft case. Somebody withdraws their appointment or the president withdraws it. It's not an argument. It's over and done. Look, my people, if you smoke cigarette, you are a smoker. If you drive a vehicle, you are a driver. If you sit on a Spoon talk show, you're a panelist. Okay, call it a different name. Look, let's call things by their name if we're going to solve Liberia's problem. I will continue to say this. Every one of us has to be smaller than Liberia. Liberia is far greater than every single one of us. If somebody does something to the Republic, they are literally harming every single one of us directly. You should have more pity for the entirety of our society than one individual. We have this mindset in Liberia. Hey man, you don't feel sorry for. You cannot feel sorry for an individual who harms an entire society. You cannot do that. Look, we're not here for a long time, my people. We all will die. We're not here for a long time. When you have a chance, you cannot kill other people in the process with your action, your negligent action. And then when they come before you, you won't feel pity on these people. This country has to develop. And if it calls for me, if a man commits a crime, he's convicted, purely and fairly. Let that be adjudicated and given the proper time that Liberia recoup whatever he's stolen from the people, either to do hard labor or to do repayment to the Republic. It isn't about pity. It's about preserving this country and developing this country. If a people to sit down for $300 million, it's how much where he's telling the truth. If he's not trying to muddy the water, $300 million, you know about this. And there is no goose school in Nizo. You go to Nimba County today, nothing good there, 300 million, and you don't prosecute these people. And this is not akin to being criminal. I don't know what else is. This is an accomplice to a major crime against the people. We have to take Liberia serious, my people. We're not currently air with the guy sitting there, you be talking. This is serious. Real people, real lives are at stake in that country. Fadiga.
I don't know Councilor Massaquoi, but when he was appointed, even though he received a lot of endorsement from multiple sources, a lot of reputable.
Fadiga Lola, he frozen.
No, you can hear me, right? You guys can hear me. So he received a lot of endorsement from across the aisle, but there were a small group of people that question his impartial, whether he would be impartial, or they even question his judgment. And I don't blame it. Like I say, I don't know this guy, but there was some serious allegation based on the fact that he represented Madam Agnes Reeves in a case in London. There were other cases too that he represented, people that were indicted for war crime. And the fact that he represented those people, some civil society organization believed that he was not the best fit. I don't know whether that is enough to disqualify him. Others said that he was a good lawyer, but either he's a bad lucky fellow, or I don't know. But I don't think anything is wrong in appointing and recalling people. If you want to get it right, you will be very meticulous. I don't know why there's all this hullabaloo about, the president appointed something. It's his duty to appoint. If something comes out that was not seen in the first round when he was vetted, look, one of the things that happen in Liberia here is we do not keep record of anything. We do not document anything. In America, when you do a crime, there's a record that follow you, that paper trail. In Liberia, besides ESA and DC, we do not keep track of any of those things. So, of course, it's easy to approve someone and then go back in the past and something come out and say, you know what, we remove the person. I don't see anything abnormal with that. I don't see anything wrong with that. My only concern is getting it wrong. If this is an attempt to get it right, something this crucial, look, war and economic crime could have been kicked out the can for a long time. So many, 2 previous presidents refused to do it. When it landed on President Boyka's footstep, he said he would have done it on day one. Even me, I questioned that, hey, why are we doing it this early? He did not wait 6 months. He did not wait to the end of his term. Right in the first 100 days, he decided to go again. That is a very bold step. I'm telling you, for something that has stayed so long, this is a very, very bold step from a bold precedent. So the fact that I see people, he tried to make some adjustment here, look, we need to get it right. This is a very serious thing. And as long as the president is getting it right, I'm okay with it. But I do not know why he was recalled. Hopefully, when a formal announcement is made, we'll know why he was recalled. But those are the reasons out there that he supported. He represented Alex Reed and another guy again. I can't remember the story, but that's what I heard. So, but I don't believe that is enough reasons to recall him. There may be more reasons. Hopefully, we'll know that.
Yeah. So this guy appointment has been, people have been harassing the president about it from the onset. I think from June when he was appointed, and then the national orator made a comment about it as well. So maybe there are other people, including international groups, that have problems with it because his representation of Agnes Taylor, wife of our former warlord and former president Charles Taylor, it could represent or be perceived as conflict of interest. I don't know that I've heard bad things per se about the individual, but maybe that conflict of interest is what driving it. And I think there should be some level of clarity of purpose with this whole war crimes court. It shouldn't be somebody who could be leaning one way or the other way. It should be somebody who's there to really get down to the facts, get down to making sure that justice is served for all these Liberian people, and even if possible, reparations for some of the people who suffer, grievous impact from this, the war period of the 14-year war of our country. So, I don't have a problem with the president withdrawing his nomination. I hope the replacement will be a speedy process. It will be somebody who would not be burdened with, other conflict or other negative opinions or stuff like that. And this process can start, because I think if the right level of funding can be raised, this project can have a significant impact on our justice system and, just how we approach corruption, impunity, and all those things in general. So there's a lot for this group to do. And I hope the next appointed leader of this group will be competent, will be qualified, will be acceptable to the diverse interest groups that are involved in seeing this war and economic crimes code come to fruition.
I agree with you. And before Isaac come in, it is important for us to know, Fadiga, you said it right. Because of his relationship with his client, Agnes Taylor, it's led to, somewhat the decision that was made.
There was also a Sierra Leone guy. Few other people he represented.
Few other people he represented.
One matter.
And again, but we can announce that I've been on the phone, and what I had to take myself away. It is announced that it is 100% true that Jonathan Massaquoi nomination as chairperson of the Office of the War and Economic Crime Code has been withdrawn. It is announced 100%, 120, 150% that the president since last week asked his folks, the justice minister, to get involved, that they should find someone else. And the president idea of bringing in someone else will be someone with no conflict. Now, the direction here is unique. The direction here is true. The people from America fought this thing and said, listen, we got a problem. We got a problem because if we take him, he's conflicted. Let me bring you in. I said, though, Jonathan Massaquoi is gone. For the second or third time, he's gone.
So this is a continuation of coming to truth, things we've always said. I have been going through Facebook, trying to get our Spoon Talk show on the day Councillor Massaquoi was appointed, so that we can replay what we said that time, coming to truth today. Like I've always said, things that we say may not sound real in the ears of rescuers, simply because their focus is how their pockets can get full today. But as time goes on, these things will come to be reality. When the president appointed Mr. Massaquoi, we stated on the show that we did not think then that he will end up continuing that office because of reasons that we cited. Representing an accused former wife before, having some conflict of interest, looking at his own background into the field where they were trying to appoint him. We made that argument here. But rescue fanatics, President Baka, oh yeah, President Baka, the man serious. Today, what we said has come true. They are on the other side again, coming for President Baka again for withdrawing those nominations. But besides the issue of the man himself, I think it shows the government to be incompetent, to be small. Think about it. How many appointment withdrawal have we had? When will this one thing end? And we are not talking about government coming to power for the first time. We are talking about a government led by someone who's been in government for more than 50 years. So whenever these childish mistakes are made, I would think, the government should not take any credit for anything. When the formation of the government was like a chicken egg, so slow, what we were told was that they were doing background check, they were doing verification, they were doing all of these things. So where are all those processes now? Where are all those processes? How many more times will we sit on this platform to waste our good time on a point, withdraw, go, come, sit, run. How many times? That's why the government don't want us to discuss any of these things that matter to our country. Rather, those things that, of course, will yield us the same result that we've always acted on. Another with appointment, withdrawal again. I'm sure within the next 2-3 weeks, based on what we're hearing, we will get another withdrawal, appointment, withdrawal. I think the government needs to put itself in place and be a government of people that can see a vision. But I'm tired of discussing this all this.
So Stanton, just to address that a little bit. To me,
you already thought. I will come back again.
Address that, not you. Address that.
Yeah, what I said, when you address it, I will come back.
Isaac, be quiet.
I know.
To me, it indicates that President Boyka listens and he's willing to change his mind. He's not stuck on his ego that if I make a decision, that's the decision. If I appoint people, they have to be there for 6 years. They're forced to. No. So he's flexible. And to me, that's impressive for a leader to admit his faults sometimes and show that he's vulnerable. Not too many people do that. Most of our people got ego. If they make the wrong decision, I don't care how you tell them, they will never change their minds. So I appreciate that we got a president who can change his mind. So if all the noise you're making about 500,000 for car from NASCOP and stuff, so if President Boyka looks at that and say, oh, maybe Grace Bay made some wrong decisions in the past, maybe he's not a representative for the job, he can change it. So that's why I appreciate President Boyka, because he has the ability to change. People who don't change don't improve. So the demonstration by the president so far is that he's flexible. Yes, nobody knows everything. I don't care how many years you stay in government, you don't know, especially we don't even have one Liberian list of all Liberian professionals with their profiles or anything that the president can look at and say, oh, I'm looking for an engineer for public works. Let me search all the engineers that been engineers and see their qualifications. You can't do it. There's nothing that exists like that. All the times we are offered a platform like that, Liberians have rejected it. So there's no proper way for a president to identify qualified candidates for different positions. Most of that recommendations, and just when you were online the other day, he said it. He said the people who recommended those people, when they do the wrong thing, don't go to them to come back to me again because I will not accept it. Which he's telling you now, if you bring a bad referral, it's not going to happen. That's wonderful.
Right. Thank you. Real quick, 30 seconds after though. We got to bring him on. Go ahead.
Ava, if you are in a position
but you're addressing me now?
No. I say you should continue because I said mine, but you address it, I'll address it back. If you are given a position where you should be there to make the best decision, especially when it comes to bringing people on board, and you keep appointing Isaac though to office A, you withdraw him. You appoint him to office B, you bring him back. You appoint him to office C, you bring him back. It only tells you that you are so incompetent to even do the simplest of your job. Ava, if you were to make the first mistake, you try to correct it. You make the same mistake number 2, you correcting it. The same mistake number 3, you correcting it. It only shows that you are small, that you don't even have a clue on what you want to do better. That's what it means. So please, if you appoint me in your company, you take me back. You bring me back. You take me back. You bring me again. You take me. It only shows how confused you are. Like you don't even know what you want to do as a person. What was the argument when very slow? You know what the government said? They said they will be appointing the best. That's why they wanted to do all of the background checks, the verification before they appoint someone. And then you come out to appoint 1 on point, point 2 on point, point 3 on point. Then the argument is, oh, they make a listening. That's why he keep appointing brigadier, but he listening. Where are you, brother? I don't think that's how you should do your job. Ava?
Okay, so thank you. Mami, are you with us? Are you coming to speak on this before we move to the next conversation? Because I see you in and out. So, folks, I want to say this to you, Fadiga, you're quite correct. The issue that it gets seriously into play into this, he's representing ethnic status. They had a serious impact. And also is that, listen, Ava, let me say something you just said. Maybe people forgetting this. The president, he was very pointed A lot of folks have some hidden agenda, and I think the president is listening. More decision is to come. More decision is to come. I can assure everyone listening to us, more decision. The president will make some very hardcore decision, and people will sit by and say, wow, we didn't expect this from President Bouaka. People are playing game around the president. People are running circle around the president, and the president is getting tired, and he's going to take action. So what he said to everyone, if you're here to play game, we'll get you out. I came to the wisest class official. Remember your take on Janitor Massacre, who will officially with 250%, we can confirm that he's out. Talk to us, mommy. I know the little guy giving you a hard time. I wish you luck, bro.
So, Jonathan.
There you go. They got him. So let me say this to you. I say, I don't know what
welcome to my world, my man.
I say, Vi, I don't know where you're going with this, but I think the president, a wise man changes. When the president appoints you and he's deemed it necessary that you are conflicting, he can write. The power given to the president to appoint is also given to the president to withdraw the appointment. I don't see no problem with this. Because you know why?
Thank you for raising that point, Stanton.
People want to beat on their house. They want to feather in this government, so they will come and say, we tore your soul. So if President Bouaka make the appointment, and the wise people say, listen, Mr. President, this is where we are. The president go back in his corner, meet his advisor, and rescind the appointment. People should clap for the president. Look, but I will end on this one. George Miller will make the appointment for 6 years. They said Senator was a problem. He said, I'm not changing him. Joseph Koji was a problem. He said, I'm not changing him. Samura would have called the city money from the place. He said, it's okay with Samura. I met Samura in Natana McGill in both of our parties. We had a serious argument. Serena Sifos asked Solicitor General, he was present. The president said, I'm not changing anybody. You name them. And today, what's the argument about CDC government today?
Well, Stanton, let me just support that point. Article 56A in our Constitution says all cabinet ministers, deputy and assistant cabinet ministers, ambassadors, ministers and consuls, superintendents of counties, and other government officials, both military and civilian, appointed by the president pursuant to this Constitution, shall hold an office at the pleasure of the president. So we got a president who he just flip one time, he look at him and he say, I want for the man to be in a job. He can get rid of him.
So let me ask about clarification. Let me see clarification from you, though. You already said it. The president has the power to appoint and dismiss.
Right.
But should the president be moving the same president? We got 5.4 million people.
But that's why we're saying.
Let me see the clarification.
That's why.
I need clarification from you all.
Okay.
As a Tuba, I know you to be a very intelligent gentleman. In fact, you have been one of the people fighting to get a list of all of the Liberian professionals in a database so that you can send that over to the country. You started working on that list since 2012. Up to now, I don't know where you are with it. I don't know whether you are successful. But out of the 5.4 million people, should a government keep putting one person and circulating them from when they come here, everybody put more on you, you send everybody put more on you. Is he the only person who is competent to do this job in the country? I need that clarification.
No, that point, I don't disagree. After one shot, the president should not have reappointed Massacre. I totally agree with that.
But that's the point we
Hold
on,
Isaac.
That's the point I'm also making.
What I'm saying is, Massacre obviously have a godfather or godmother or major supporter at the highest level in government. For this one man to be reappeared.
Now you are breaking the president.
Isaac, be quiet now. Listen. I'm not
Abba, let me say this. We gotta move. I beg you guys. As a 1 minute, we all know Massacre work in Fonati Kofa. He work at the law firm Fonati Kofa. Massacre is one of the lead counsel, right? Massacre also was a friend to our man Sylvester Grisby. Okay, Massaquoi had big guns that brought him in the first time. You remember when Massaquoi was nominated to be Justice Minister, and how soon and how quickly they removed that and they questioned and they went back and forth? Who added Massaquoi's name to the list was Sylvester Grisby. I can say because, and let me finish, I beg you, brother, let me finish, because I know it brought a very heated argument among the UP folks. Sylvester Grisby added his name. And as quick as possible, they remove his name because Sylvester Grisby added his name just because he's Sylvester Grisby. The same thing played out again. The president's decision to give people the chance to push him to the wall and can push him no more. People begin to see. People begin to understand. So when you talk about maybe he got some big fish, not only Massaquoi, other people hang on.
I agree. Everybody got a political golf and people.
Yeah, so you're right. I just want to make that point.
What I said they're talking about, look at Charles Gibson. Didn't we have withdrawn Charles Gibson's appointment as Minister of Justice and later appointed him to another position? That happens all the time.
Yeah, I was only seeking a clarification because Liberia has turned to look as if government is only attributed to a certain group of people. And if you are not a part of that group, they will keep circulating the few members of that group, even though they are wrong. They will take them from one area to another. Everybody put more on the president. And that country, we cannot run our country like that. We can't. It can't be based on a friendship. Either you got too many professional Liberians in and out of the country to continue to recycle one person. As the Toba will put you to Minister of State, they come on issue of conflict of interest. You are going back nowhere in that government, because if you can attribute one conflict of interest case to a particular thing, chances are it's a moral issue and they should be judging you based on that. So Liberia should be an open place where you give other Liberian people the opportunity, but because this person is not a member of the CDC, so CDC people don't give them job. It's not a member of Unity Party, so Unity Party don't give them job. It's not a member of MPP, and you keep circulating it like that, our country will go nowhere, because you will be ignoring competent people and only giving government to people who were so-called partisans.
And that's one of the biggest problems when we talk about merit, we talk about competence. It doesn't happen in our government most times. It's not the most qualified, most competent, most transparent, more accountable person that's sent to this position. It's based on recommendations from people who are connected and who think they understand government and the president can listen to. It happens all over. It has happened consistently. Until we can build and develop a culture of merit where it's transparent, the competencies of different people, the academic background, the work background, then we'll be able to actually say, oh, John here, he has a degree in economics, he has a master's in monetary economics, he worked with the World Bank, he worked with financial institutions. The other man, he just got a bachelor's in accounting, he doesn't have the background, he doesn't have this. We think John has the better competence to do the job. If we can objectively do that consistently across resumes, across positions in the country, they will move the country forward. But right now, it's not based on merit. It's just based on most people who know you and who had the qualification.
Can I come in? As a door-based levies some serious allegation. Look, I went back to do some digging. This is the very first time this Massaquoi was ever appointed. The person that was appointed at Justice Ministry was Councillor Cooper Croa, and then that nomination was reversed, and then he was transferred. This is the very first time that Massaquoi. There were rumors that Massaquoi would have gone to the Justice Ministry, but that didn't happen. Folks that asked just look for anything negative. We had an administration in the last 6 years that did not do any change. Incompetent people alleged to have misappropriated funds, allegation of corruption were levied against them, and nobody was ever prosecuted in the last 6 years within his own administration. Let's not talk about past administration. And you see, these are the misinformation that these guys strive on, and they come here to confuse the public because they want to score points They're trying to throw all the kitchen sinks so that we do not hold them accountable. And this is what we are dealing with. So I just wanted the public to know that this is the very first time this young man, if you listen to the media, and you read all the new media article on Castle Massacre, there was nothing negative. The only thing that I see is the other massacre guy that he defended, the lawyer. He defended that guy from Sierra Leone. He also defended Agnes Reeves Taylor, Madam Ellen Reeves Taylor, and that was his. If that is a crime, like I said, I do not know if that is a crime. But if civil society people feel uncomfortable because of the sticky nature of war and economic crimes, then probably they have a reason. And the president being someone that is wise enough to listen to his people, look, we have a president that is trying to correct those historical wrongs, and everybody trying to beat it. Oh, he nominated Tuta. He did. So what? So what? The bottom line here is people are going to be held accountable for the death of 250,000 Liberians in Liberia. People are going to be held accountable for something that your president ran on and refused to do. The person he succeeded refused to do it as well.
So, stand up.
Well, let Fadiga finish. I beg.
Stanton, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Fadiga. Internet free. So let me say this is very important while we try to. We got 29 more minutes. Let's give it our best shot, guys. And good to know. Yes.
I'm not hearing nobody.
Can you go out and come back in? Get out and come back in, Fadiga.
Fadiga, exit and come back. You frozen.
Okay, let me. Where you go? He going to reconnect. So, but let me say that I know Asi want to say something. There's a lot of news coming out today. I know the president have to dinner with either South Korea, because North Korea will be Kim Jong-un, and we don't have Kim Jong-un in Liberia. If we talk about North Korea, the people getting so confused. And look at it, I said, this is not North Korea. You want America to come after us? Please don't tell us this is North Korea, because I Kim Jong-un. So it's South Korea, folks. He received a delegation from South Korea. He have a big program. The people coming with good ideas. Again, when I was in Brown with the president, Joseph Yamabwaka, Uncle Joe. We want to say on Tuesday would be the first lady birthday. Wow. On Tuesday, I'm going to be giving that announcement for the more. That will be a big thing. No. They said a surprise. Hey, my people. Hey, Pocky, why you want me to say this thing? They put trying to surprise the first lady. There you go. I will say, hey, go. So don't give me the information if you know that surprise. Hey, man. But Tuesday is the first lady birthday. You know what? Mike Atura, I will call you. I will tell you about the surprise. They made a mistake. They told me I have to tell you. Don't blame them, blame me. But they're going to have a big birthday party for her. And you know what? Her prayer people are going to come together, and they invited everybody. I will give you the location. I got the flyer. I got the invitation. I will share with you. They say I shouldn't do it, but I have to do it. But Tuesday is her birthday. We got to announce it, folks. They say it was a surprise, but they didn't tell me till late. So I'm sorry that I just, said it up. But let me move my hair real quick. I'm hearing Zanza Kawa. But Zanza, I mean, the fire the paper. Yimani, that's the name. Internal Affairs Minister fired him. And this is the interesting story of Paul Kennedy. He said he going to court because he was on a tenure position. He was on a tenure position. Our Papa Zanza are wearing Rolex watch, Rolex everything. The Papa said he going to court. And as you can see, man, look at the Papa. Look at Louis Vuitton eyeglasses. Look at everything. He's gushing all over. They fire him. They fire him. I mean, is he one of the witches? No, let me mind my business. I shouldn't do that. Man, but they fire him. They fire him. No, to be frank, folks, they fire him. The Papa say he's going to court. But I thought if you
that's like I was bluffing too much. Look at him.
I mean, that position holds significant power.
But let me ask you a question, right? I thought if you editors and chief, for the zoo and the witchcraft and everything, I thought if the fire you're supposed to go back to the zoo chieftain court. You don't go to the real court. I mean, I don't know whether that place get tenure position too. Why would that place get tenure position?
maybe
So
is
let me say
governor
my point now before I lose talk. We're gonna go to the next one.
We got to talk about Zaza. I beg you.
No, why you coming to me?
I ask you a question. Look at your phone. Can you answer me first? I say your question, please.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but then we reply me now. I beg you. That feeling with Zaza Kawa will come to you. And guys, I beg you, ladies and gentlemen, can somebody just answer my question? We'll start with Paul Kennedy. Zanzibar Kawa, they fire him, my man. That paper, the Internal Affairs Minister said the man gone. The man have served for a very long time. The man said, no, our organization is, I didn't know that Zoe and Zoes and how you call them, get tenure position. I gotta be very careful here. Zanzibar is going to the Supreme Court, like Aloysius Talu. They are all going to the Supreme Court. But this Zanzibar Kawa shouldn't go to Supreme Court. I think he should go to the Zoe chiefdom. I mean, if I write, somebody help me.
Well, first of all, we need. What I heard was that there's a new name title for that position. It's a national traditional elder or head of national traditional elder or national chiefs and elders. Something I'm trying to get the right name, but I've not gotten there. If it is a tenure position, well, Zanzibar Kawa needs to find when his tenure started and at what point it has ended. But like we said, I think the president has, not that I think the Constitution gives the president the power to appoint people. And I think Zanzibar position was normally not a structural position, or one of those advisory positions that has become embedded within the national, internal affairs structure. So they need to go back to look at it. If the Minister of Internal Affairs says, listen, this position is not a part of the structure and should not be here, let's go back and restructure it to do this. If it is that perspective from which it's coming, I don't think Zanzibar has a point. And then you ask the question, why didn't he go back to the witchcraft and the zoo? When you are a traditional elder, it's not only that you are a zoo and a witchcraft, it is that you are a liaison between the zoos and the traditional elder. You are just the mouthpiece. You necessarily may not have the power they have. You are just conducting, because the zoos will not come from the bush to come to the president or to come to town. They need somebody to communicate. So that's why you see Zanzibar doing that communication. He himself is not the most powerful person.
Yeah, so let's get this straight. So you either in or you out. The man gets something. The man gets some kind of zege. Okay? The man cannot just talk to the zoos and the witchcraft and the honor water Niji and freely. He got zege. He got power to do so. But he's out. And he's saying, I got tenure position.
But what makes it tenure? What makes it tenure?
But man, they got rules, they got laws that govern them.
Let him display the rules and laws, and then he went to the court.
Exactly. Let him show whether the position is tenure.
But my thing is that you're going to stay in front of real human being while the witchcraft them behind you. No, who the judge won't sit down there?
Well, let him go back and change the people's mind in the night.
Because that same man was saying we are then wanted to move him because he didn't want to support we are during the election time.
If that man the traditional zone and chief of all elders, somebody take a job from him, that person should even be sitting now. Our poor one.
Yeah, but as we receive information, that's they are implementing the Local Government Act. And we'll talk more about this. They are implementing the Local Government Act.
That is very important. If they do that in decentralized, both financial
and they are going to Nima. I think that Nima, right, or Bon County. They are going to Nima next week to find a new chief, a new traditional chief. They are going there to elect a new traditional chief. So Zanzibar is out. So again, witchcraft scared. Niji scared. So Zanzibar is a real zone. They let him pour forth. The people challenge Zanzibar. They say, if you're a real zone, come to the program. And let's see. I mean, I'm going to tell the guys to go there for us to go live. They say, Zanzibar Kawa, that thing you're doing wearing Gucci. We don't wear Gucci, we wear poto on our faces. So if you think you man, carrying our election next week, Zanzibar said, no, I'll take you to court in Morovia. People said, no, we're not going to Morovia. We're here in Nimba. We're here in Bon County. You see.
They do say that people can challenge each other. So where they can challenge each other, we know. I don't know at all. So,
but let's move ahead. I just want to announce. Okay, let me bring you in, Isaac. Go ahead and talk to us.
Yeah, well, so we wanted to tell Brother Fadiga that you can come to power on lies and propaganda, but you cannot continue to lead the people on lies and propaganda. Leadership, lies don't work together. I know earlier on you brought in one of your campaign lies that President Weah did not prosecute any of his officials for corruption. Fadiga, wait for 2029 to start lying again. Right now, you are a government. You shouldn't be lying no more. The record should be very clear. You should speak on facts because the evidence are there. Fadiga, the National Housing Authority bosses were sent to court, were suspended by President Weah because of allegations of corruption. They went to court and the court set them free. Fadiga, the former EPA.
You want to talk about that case? Because I know that case.
Hold on now. I want to.
Fadiga, wait. Let the brother finish.
Let me respond to you.
Fadiga, no. I beg you, let the man finish.
So again, Fadiga, again, the former EPA boss. The same thing happened under President Weah. He was persecuted. He was relieved of his position. Let's go further. They head to the presidential project in the executive mansion. President Weah's own daughter, should I say, his own daughter, was suspended for the same allegation of corruption, sent through the due processes, and she came back after everything ended. So, Fadiga, wait for 2029. Then you can start your lies again to come back to power again in 2030. But for now, you should be speaking on facts based on things that are on paper with the government. So that's lie, the same lies you told to come to power. Don't continue to lead with the people on it. If you were speaking for the government, tell them that Isaac Doe said, the lala agota na in a choke me. But please, cease your lies.
Stedo, can you give me 2 seconds? Let me respond to this.
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead. I say have a very terrible relationship with the truth. The first thing here is the Keita woman that you were talking about. Do you know her crime? She kidnapped a South African businessman and tried to extort $5 million from him, seized his passport. That the man that went out to work for the president. Do you know what else she was doing? I don't want to go there because I got to. There was a lady, the Keita woman. The next person that you talking about housing was Dwana Senior. Dwana Senior is a personal friend of mine. He used to be an auditor working in Minnesota. He came here. They concorded something against Dwana Senior. They had him in jail a few days. Because he was close to McGill, they freed Dwana Senior after some time. Nothing. It was all.
Why you lie? You want to go?
No way, I beg you. You now want him to interrupt you. I say, you don't want him to interrupt you. Let him finish. I beg you, my brother.
You can't tell me about that case because I know Dwana Senior very well. Let me tell you what it did. The same thing they did with Milton Weeks and the late Charles Telly. It was all a charade, a mirage, window dressing. It was never intended to hold anybody accountable. Just as they didn't do anything to the Salif client. Look, Stanton, this is how the CDC operated. The agreement that is signed with the Salif, for which Madam Salif, a former President Salif, Robert Salif, and the entire cabal did not support President Joseph Yuma Boaka 2017, which propelled the CDC to come to power, is what haunting them today. They thought it was splitting a unity party. They went and made this agreement. No, this is an open secret. We were around 2017. We know what you guys did. You form an unholy union with few members of the unity party. They dole you with cash. They prepare you to become president. Hand deliver the presidency to Joe Weah on a silver platter. He went, we, for which he did not prosecute them, and nobody want to talk about it. That is the reason why, the real reason why you did not prosecute the last administration. Everybody in Liberia know about it, but nobody want to talk about it because you had your chance and you blew it. You will not dictate to this president how to run his government. He will choose whoever to prosecute. He's not working for you. He's working for the general population. You had your chance to do right by the Liberian people. But you know what? You thought that was Susu to steal. An honest Joe is going to prosecute you guys. The Liberian people are on his side. We're going to support this president. I just want the final stage where we'll see you guys in bracelets and yellow jumpsuit going to prison. That's all we're waiting for. So don't lie, you're talking about you prosecute who? Woman that kidnapped or Google it. This lady that he's talking about from the executive mansion kidnapped a South African businessman. Held him hostage for $5 million. How is it possible for that person to be free in Liberia? You're talking about Dwana Senyo. The tip were all around. I don't want to go into it because it's something of the past. And you know what? Dwana Senyo walked free. And the reason Dwana walked free was because he had a close alignment with McGill. The other EPS guy even knows why he did so. So we're not stupid here. The facts are there. The history books will tell the truth. You cannot lie your way back to power. You can.
All right, so let me say this. We move, guys. Let's try to wrap this in. Now we got 15 more minutes today. It's a beautiful Saturday. Maybe Abba we go back and get on the ladder. Who knows what's happening up there? I want to say to every one of you joining us today, thank you. Let's make this happen. I'm hearing information coming yet to be confirmed. Yet to be confirmed. I can say this is a rumors that the Deputy Governor for Operation and co-chairman of FSC, if these status stays stand, Yemane Pearson, rumors that they have asked her to resign her position. You know, they have 3 board members right now. They have Dukley stayed there, the Deputy Dukley, the Deputy Pearson. Talu resigned, but he took his case to the Supreme Court. He went to court, and on the ground that the president have no right to suspend him. He have not resigned, but he was suspended. But we received information that the government have asked Yemane Pearson to resign. Let me hear from you guys. Again, Paul Kennedy. They have asked, not Dukley. Dukley stayed there, but Yemane Pearson, they have asked her to resign. We're not hearing you, Paul.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, good. I was muted and trying to unmute myself. I got stuff going on here in the kitchen. But listen, government after government after government have a lot of intricacy that come into being. And, you know, the Central Bank of Liberia has an act. And the reason why that act came to make the governor, the deputies, and the commissioners of board turn you is for some independence and transparency of the performance of those people. But we've seen over the years, presidents take over, government come to being, and they really don't trust people in that sector of government to work with. So some of them leave, and we saw what the CDC government did to the previous bank governors that were there, chased a lot of them out. Some of them resigned. Some of them even got indicted into stuff and went to prison. So who do you prefer to work with? Because the central bank is a key instrument of the operation of Liberia. And of course, most of the people who are there often should be independent to operate under the protection of the laws. You know, so I hope if Madam Pierce, who has the right to resign, how will decide to resign, I mean, that's definitely going to be up to her. However, if the government is asking her to resign, maybe the government has a cause. Maybe the government has a reason to ask them to resign. You know, you had an audit going on. You know, maybe there's some implication, or it's a way to say, listen, we don't want to follow you to make the big publicity, big news out of, you know, your current, what we found in the audit. So we think because of this we have in our hands, you should be out. So we'll wait for that, and then maybe we can probe into it to figure out why is she actually resigning. But at this point, you know, we'll be waiting to get the facts.
That you're quite correct. So we got the Dr. Musa Dukley, the Deputy Governor for Economic Policy. Again, we got Yemane Pearson. You understand our luscious statute. He was suspended. He arguing vigorously, saying that it was illegal. We got a document right here, which was signed by his counselor. Maybe as Bato Do,
Dauda, Keita, Mamadou, Kanakai, the rest of them. Oh, Tewon Gonglo is considered outlaw on this case as well. But yes, the document, we say it all. Republic of Liberia, Honorable J. Aloysius Stadu Jr. suspended executive governor of the Central Bank of Liberia of the City of Monrovia petitioner. The executive branch of the government of the Republic of Liberia by and through the Justice Ministry, Monrovia, Liberia. Petition for rid of a prohibition. He gone, he suspended. I don't know if this, anyway, this is just some form of formality here. So as you can see through the document, I want us to run through this. The letter that was sent to him, suspending him, the letter that was sent to him, is all in the chat room, guys. Suspending Aloysius Stadu. We can read it, it's too small for me, but it's very important for us to know that this letter says a lot on Aloysius Stadu. It was outlined accordingly, bigly, like Donald Trump would say. And if anybody try to understand this, you know where the president coming from. So they say, Dear Honorable Talu, I write to inform you that you are hereby suspended from office as—
Hello, you're on mute. We can't hear you. You're on mute.
No, you alone can hear me, brother. Let me flow. You alone can hear me. Go out and come back in. I see you can hear me, right? I see do. Thank you. They're saying that as executive governor of the Central Bank of Liberia without compensation. So this is big. Paul Kennedy, without compensation, with immediate effect. So you're going to leave, will not pay you a dime. And the Liberian people need to hear this. So the president is not only telling you that you are suspended with pay or you are suspended with benefit. They say, no, without compensation, you got to go. Now, why the president is taking such very serious action on Aloysius Stadu?
Yeah, but Kenton, you also saw, let me bring you to your attention. You also saw in the paragraph that says the audit.
No. Let me finish reading it now. Let me read it. It's here.
You also saw that audit report that is
but let me read
as
it.
a justification why he's suspended.
Yeah, Paul, let me read it. It's here. They say, pending the result of an investigation that I have ordered into your stewardship of the Central Bank of Liberia. The decision to suspend you is based on the Auditor General report from a compliance audit of the Central Bank for the fiscal year 2018 to 2023. I am suspending you because of this audit report. Now, everybody can have the 2 cents. Let's listen. The audit discovered that the operation of the Central Bank of Liberia during the audit period were not in compliance with 1, the CBL Act of 1999 as amended and restated 2020, the Revenue Code of Liberia Act of 2011, the Public Financial Management Act of 2009 and its regulation, amendment and restatement of the PFM Act of 2009 through 2019, the Public Procurement and Concession Act of 2005 as amended, restated 2010 and as its regulation, CBL policy and procedure in general banking practices, the failure of the CBL to make available to the GAC its accounting software, Microsoft Great Pains software, and the FY fiscal year 2023 financial statement of the CBL. These are serious allegations of non-compliance and gross failure to perform fiduciary responsibility for which additional action are being contemplated. So the last line, which of course everybody needs to know, they will probably go after Aloysius Stadu and they will probably take him to court. Listen to the last line. They say for which additional action are being contemplated. It is important to know that Joseph Yima Boaka government is not playing. Here comes Aloysius Stadu going to court and saying, I am writing to court for writ of prohibition. I want you guys to intervene. I want you guys to intervene. But they are saying to him, my dear friend, yes, it's an appointment letter. When he was appointed, they are saying to him, my dear friend, we will come after you with a lawsuit. We drag you like we drag you Samuel to the court. We will make you answer to this question. Let's close on this one, and I want us to understand and let Liberian people be part of this. Joseph Yema Boakai government going so hard. He's going so hard and bringing Alosha Stalu to book. I want to start with you, Azeva, if you can hear me.
I can surely hear you. Can you hear me?
You're good. Talk to us.
Okay. So in terms of the talk around the resignation, before I come to Mr. Talu himself, or the pressure to Nimari and Talu, I heard both of them were asked to resign, supposedly. But both of them were asking for remuneration. They wanted, one person wanted 500,000, another person wanted 1 million. That's the noise I was hearing. And because people from Noka and other places were just dividing money, the peanuts, back whenever, so maybe that's a practice. But, I don't think that should be the case. I'm a little divided because I have always pushed that these people who are in tenure positions, the tenure should be respected. A process should be applied in terms of how they get relieved. But when I just look at that Article 56 from the Constitution again, it says regardless of what, by the Constitution, you are appointed based on the pleasure of the president. So how does that come in conflict with Article 13.1 from the Central Bank Act that says the only way the governor can be removed is by impeachment by the legislature or by the Senate. So we have to look at these things and find out where is the balance. I hope and want to believe that the legal advisor to President Boyka has done his research, has given the right legal advice in terms of the course of action he's taking with the central bank governor. But those charges are grave, and we have been following the audit. I know very well that 2 financial systems, I believe, in the central bank that were not shared with the auditors, the Great Point and another one, Great Plains, I think, and another one. So the fact that the auditors felt the central bank intentionally denied them access to the financial system so they would not, adequately and effectively audit the central bank, and then for them in their responses now to be saying certain things that the central bank, it was there, but they didn't look at it, and all those kind of, funny responses to comments that were not adequate, answering the questions or the issues that the central bank raised is concerning. So I'm just hopeful that the government is fully aware of what it's doing. But the suspension, I think, based on the charges delivered against him, are appropriate. So hopefully the government is on the right track. The Supreme Court can speedily get that case for us to be able to move forward with this issue. I have said it before, and even the central bank governor had called me when I said his resume was empty because it was focused on, 1 or 2 things, but not his own abilities, not his own accomplishments and stuff like that. And that's why I said it. Maybe he can beef up his resume for his next job. But in terms of what was in the public space, it was not adequate. And I would not appoint somebody at that level to be the central bank governor of Liberia. So I don't know whether he has gained the experience and the competence over time, but I don't feel his stewardship of the central bank has been at the level it should have been, given what has been happening in the country and given some of the other reports we are seeing in the activities, and even from the court report, some of the things that happened, that those measures that they were recommended under his term, many of those things should have been implemented, and it should have come back to the Liberian people and said, look, we are now doing things the right way. For people to be giving excuses about procedural errors at the central bank at this time is very poor excuse and is not acceptable. We have to demand professionalism at all levels of government, because that's where the best people are supposed to be in our country. We see how the private sector is being treated. So government is like, quote unquote, the fat cow, unfortunately. And so those people in those positions, they have responsibility to execute those jobs. And that's what, President Boyka was talking about too, that if you have a job, you got to set the tune and do what you're supposed to do. Like people who following you can do the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ava. Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, you want to do this? We wrapping up. So let's speak on this, and then we close the show, guys.
Absolutely. Look, the Governor Talu was suspended, and it's clearly articulated in a letter. The letter states that he was suspended based on blah 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 blah. His failure to cooperate, the audit report, a whole lot of things. He has not been fired. He's been suspended, and I know the next action was that the government was supposed to send him to court. But he probably ran ahead of the government and took the government to court, because the rate that we are seeing, I mean, the case we are seeing out there is him versus the executive branch of government. So he took the executive branch of government to court. Now he has a claim to make, and he has to prove that claim before the court of competent jurisdiction of why he's carrying the executive branch of government there, even though there are documents that probably the audit report stated him as saying there were some things that were not in place. And Abba just talked about procedural errors. You are in charge of an institution. That institution goes wrong, you are the head, you are going to be held responsible. I think he's held responsible on that, and that's why he's probably gotten suspended. As far as the issue of the Madam Pearson resignation, that has not come out to light. And if government is not, if she doesn't get fired and she resigns out of any gentleman agreement that will make her to agree something behind the cover to resign, you cannot take government to tax on that. But like Abba, I want to support. I don't think people who serve in government offices should be cutting big sum of money and running out with it and holding government hostage to say, you got to compensate me before I resign. I don't think that should be the case. All of those acts that are managing public institutions has a package of employment and salary term benefits and compensation. If your compensation is out there, you should be able to live up to it. What I heard about NOCAR is that at a certain point in time, they changed the compensation agreement, and some people took money from there and ran with it. But again, I've not had access to the NOCAR government, structure stuff. So let them go to court and see whether Talu's claim against the government is right, and we'll be looking forward to bringing that out forward.
Yes, seriously, thank you very much. Again, folks, they are going to court. I want to bring you in, my brother Isaac Joe. Talk to us, please.
Right. So I guess we are just closing the show at one.
No, we'll finish it on this topic.
Oh, okay. So there are countless number of things I have said on this show that came to pass. I'm going to say one of those again today. The bank governor, Talu, will win the government in court. Again, the Waka government will be stopped in court. I hope this is on record again. Look, Stanton, when have we seen the level of disregard for the rule of law in our country? I have never remembered a point in time when a government has been sued this number of times than this government for the past 6 months. Never. No government has been sued the amount of time this government has been sued for just 6 months. I'm not sure if President Baka, I will keep saying this, was that person who they said worked in government for 50 years. It might have been his twin brother. Because how can President Baka come in with 50 years of government experience and still doesn't seem to understand how government works? So first off, what report is President Baka suspending the central bank governors on? What report? Stand on. GAC did an audit and submitted the report to the Speaker and the President pro tempore. No report was submitted to Baka's office. So on what report was he suspending the man? Oh, He listened to Spoon, the thing who thought he just go in office and sign document, or he read something from the internet. Is that how government works, man? GAC did not send report to President Barker's office. They sent the report to the legislature, where, of course, by law, it should go. Has the legislature submitted the report to him, and then he's acting on that report, or he is only acting based on what the public is saying from the streets? Man, come on. Come on. Where are we? Secondly, we are here, we were debating the issues. Now, the president does not have absolute power in any country. That's why the laws are there to check the president's power and the power of any other government official. The Act of the Central Bank says the governor can be removed through impeachment. And somebody may want to argue that suspension is not removal. Well, there is a precedent from a Supreme Court of Liberia's opinion that said removal can be of two categories. One, temporary, which is suspension, and two, permanent, which is dismissal. So once you remove someone from a position, suspending them, that is temporary removal. You are acting against the law. Against the law. It said that the 50 years of government's experience didn't tell the president this. Is it in? This is wrong, my people. One, you are acting on a report that was not submitted to your office. You just hear it from the public, you see on Google, then you act. Okay, right now, the same report said 170 plus million when Senator Amara Connor was Minister of Finance is in question. Will he tell the lawmakers take your impeachment from there or something? What kind of a government is this, man? Now you've just reported that Yemane Pearson is looking to resign. How many more time can we wish on people? Why are they forcing people, pushing people out of government? Why? And let's get the record straight. The former governor who resigned during the tenure of President Weah offered to resign at the time the issue of last 16 billion was being discussed. So he himself said, you know what, let me give way so you guys can look into this. It was not President Weah who pressured him to resign. So why is the government after every single Liberian? Why? Someone told me yesterday, and you want to mark this, this government will go after the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. This government will go after the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Never in our history has it been done. No president has suspended a central bank governor before. This government is doing. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court is next in line, and this government will go after the Chief Justice. I'm saying it again. Put this on record.
I got no record to put it on because that's a blanket lie.
After you know, you always defend after.
But wait, now, are you finished? Answer, do are you done?
No, I'm not finished. Let me end it. So after I end, rescue people can come and defend. That's how powerful and strong I am. When I come with fact, they will always come after me to want to clarify. So again, I'm ending. Talu will flog the government in court again. The government, the Supreme Court, will rule against the government for disrespecting the law, removing the central bank governor for no reason. It's a clear violation of the law. I thought this government respected law and they were coming in to respect law.
Thank you.
It's crazy.
Thank you.
Come and defend. Come and defend.
Adiga, talk to us, please.
I see. You've forgotten to know that we got a new president. This president doesn't sit in Jamaica and smoke that stuff and be confused. To sit here and insinuate that the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Liberia is not abreast of other reports and he doesn't know that's who he is on and this and that. I say, what did you smoke to believe that the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Liberia is not abreast with nothing that's going on? It will go to the House, the Senate. I say, you make the difference. This is what we call pedestrian argument. That man Kotati You know, local Bosha should be making a kind of argument. It's part of story. I say, I don't know whether you believe some of the things you can say, but it's embarrassing. Seriously. I understand that you're trying to defend, but you have lived long under or kakistocracy to the point that you do not even understand what a normal government look like. This president is on top of it again. Look, I do not know Governor Talu. I will not assume to know. We all rely on the other report and some of the things that happen within from the CBL. It's disturbing. If he was the head and presided over it, the president said, I'll fire you. So if someone committing a crime, what does the law say? Let's assume that he was caught in corruption. You got to go and fast track court, impinging. No. The first thing is there has to be an investigation. And how do you investigate? Keep the man that was presiding over all these different malpractice and error. And was so easy. Look, the reason why we brought in tenure position is to preserve the independence of individuals. That way, you cannot just make decisions. That's the reason. If it's not working, then I just scrap the whole tenure thing, because tenure was there so that people cannot be easily influenced by no branch of government. The fact that it was so easy for them to do over-the-counter cashing, giving cash here and there, and carrying all these small violations, it caused for concern. I think the president well within the scope of his duty and right for suspending him. And upon an investigation, and they deem it necessary that he shouldn't go back, then they go through the impeachment proceeding and other things. I don't think anything was done. But you guys try to politicize everything. And you know what? Experienced Joe, you know what he does? He just sit there and laugh. He said, there will be no business as usual. The end to impunity starts now. And we are seeing it under this president, and the Liberian people are cheering. We care about your noise, whether you believe, oh, you lie to come to power, you lie to come to power, all those things. You guys can cry me or river. People will be held accountable for what they did to this country. Whether in the last 6 years, in the last 12 years, somebody must pay. And the president, it is the prerogative of the president to decide where and when to start. We will not be distracted by all this different noise. Oh, who are you to dictate to the president? Who are you to tell him who, when, how to prosecute? Who are you to tell this government how to run? You have 6 years mandate. You chose to enrich yourself, build private mansion, feed, the addiction of the president, the former president. And now we are here. Leave this president, let him govern. Let him perform the duty that he was elected and he took the oath of office to do. This is what he's doing. So nobody going to be bothered by the noise. I just wanted to remind you, I got nothing else to say, Stento. I don't know whether we're closing the second round because I have some other things to add there. What I should just close.
No, we're close. Let me do my own talking too. You see, when we come to the Spoon Talk, a lot of people were right now, 60,000 people. I said about 60,000 people plus, just on Spoon alone, seeing you with stuff on your neck.
My man, I would get a lot of promises in my mailbox.
60,000 people plus hearing that Paul Kennedy is cocaine in the bag, and that's his double G. I believe he's cocaine. 60,000 people plus hearing Asido talking Tabata tonight. Let me remind you, my brother Joe, my dear friend at home, I'm 50% pleased. Let me remind you that this night you will not go free. 1. George Manaway, President Ware, withdraw Alex Stado nomination as Sarah Mita board members. You want to talk about the president withdrawing nomination?
Sure,
2.
yeah.
Do not interrupt. Brother, I beg you back. I can enjoy myself if you don't interrupt. President Ware withdraw Nwobuki nomination. 3, we can name them and continue to name them. Gibson was nominated by Ware immediately. He became the country president on 12 January. But again, the president will draw that nomination on Wednesday. I can give you many, but I will just give you 3. President Ware withdraw McIntosh. Dr. Toga Gateway McIntosh. Nomination to good governance. Foles, CBL Governor Weeks to tender resignation. The stories are there. But I gotta go home. So I'm not gonna waste my time reminding you. I know you are fully reminded tonight, but you choose not to listen. So let me make it easy for you. These things happen in government. And for the record, Joseph Yiman Boaga didn't appoint Jonathan Massaquoi to be Minister for Justice. Somebody put his name on the list, the president rejected it. That appointment wasn't from Joseph Yiman Boaga. The official appointment that was done, and that we all know today, we can confirm. President Joseph Yiman Boaga appointed Jonathan Massaquoi to serve as director, executive director to World Crime Court Committee, period. We move. So whatsoever happened, that the president have withdrawn the nomination is in good faith. So let's talk about all the issues. I believe that Aloysius Tadu situation is so complicated. I don't think he's going to win, but it's a good thing that he's trying. This government is not set yet. There's a lot of complication coming from the central bank. And I said, though, you can make a good argument. Respect. But the title argument is not one of them. I don't think you've been sincere. The CDC care less whether title stay or go, because your argument in the back, he didn't support Joseph Yiman Boaga. He's from Grand Judah. He turned his back on, he didn't support George Manawia. He turned his back on George Manawia during the election. That's your argument in the back. You care less about title, whether he stay or whether he go. You really don't care. And you're even happy. But because of politics, you want to drag this thing down. Aloysius Tadu should resign. For the sake of good reputation, Aloysius Tadu should resign. You've had enough. But he gave it a good try. And I think he would not win. That's my own personal opinion. People I've spoken to go up with the law, with the law says suspension, removal, whatever way you want to interpret it. I do believe that Aloysius Tadu should have accepted his benefit and respect the condition and step aside. I like the role that Deputy Bank Governor Yimani Pearson is doing. I really do. If they ask her to resign, she will resign. If they ask her to leave, she will leave without argument. If the president said, listen, I have no faith in you, I don't want to work with you anymore, you have done extremely well, we ask you to please resign as we investigate this audit report, I believe Yimani Pearson in good faith, she will resign. And that's the fact. And that's how it should be. Why fight the system? We have so many documents on Aloysius Tadu. So many documents from the Central Bank of Liberia. To go to court, take the government to court, that's a new day. But let me be very clear on this one tonight. I said, though, yesterday you said the airport was in total darkness. We played in few seconds, there was light at the airport. Today again, you come over for a made-up story on the Chief Justice. Hey, Fadiga, I didn't think that you were going to forget that one. I said, dude.
You threw up plenty today. They had to keep up.
I want everybody to hear this. The Chief Justice, she will be leaving in 2 years or so. Joseph Yiman Boaga will not fire. How will the president fire the Chief Justice? I mean, your talk on issues. Your propaganda should make at least some 10-15% sense for the people to buy into it. But for you to say the president is after the Chief Justice, this woman have less than 2 years or so to go. So I think you are wrong. I think you are completely wrong. I said, though, find something to convince me 10% that I say, yes, CDC is on track. But I have not seen it. Because of fear, President George Manawia, former president, gave a press conference. It wasn't a press conference, it was just a statement to the nation because he couldn't take questions. It was so embarrassing. That place was chaotic. I couldn't hear what the president was saying. Journalists that crossing around making flowers. Yeah, let me talk, let me put my camera. It was organized. I think the president should remove Janga Ko because that was a disgrace to the former president. His first day of comeback, it was chaotic. And you know that, Fadiga. You couldn't understand anything. The president bubbling with words. Next time you should organize it better. The president should take question. For 6 years, he did it. Even a big comeback and he refused to take question. That the mayor wants us to pull back again to give her another 6 years without taking question? Are we stupid? Are we mumu? We want to talk to our president. We want a president that can look in the eyes of his cabinet ministers and directors and say, this is what I expect of you guys. We want a president to address the nation. We want a president to speak truth to power. And yet, indeed, he will not get mad. He will accept your criticism. He will investigate like he said he would do. We want to challenge our president and still be alive. And I will repeat, we want to challenge our president and still be alive. We want to challenge our president and he can still take the phone and say, how you doing, my nephew? How you doing, my daughter? We want to challenge our president and tell him, Mr. President, this direction, this minister, this director is messing up. And for the president to say, I hear you, we investigate. But now when you tell the president, he said, no, your way, you made me win election. When I come back, we'll fire the man. Your thing was stupid. Who wasn't stupid? The president was going to keep 712 for life. The president was going to keep all he got for life. And the people read through it. So I asked the dude, I love you about 50%. And I want to tell you this today. You can talk your own, brother, but we'll check you. You got nothing. What we bring from our sources on the show, 150% accurate. Because I personally speak to them. I am involved, I said, though, and this government will do the best they can do to make Liberia better. If anyone in the government slip, I will call their name. You know I've been doing it. They will get vexed, but they will come to reason. So we'll say this to you as a stop. I believe if you don't want to come on the show, ask CDC to send somebody else. I don't think that CDC giving you information. I'm really sorry for you. I will do this as my closing. Folks, please tell CDC to share information with Asido. He's the #1 spokesman representing the government on the show. Asido have not spoken to Samuel Twain. Asido have not spoken to Alosha Stalu. How can you defend somebody that refuses to talk to you and giving you facts? If I want information from Jeremiah Kun, I call him. If I hear something about anybody in the government, I call them directly. Any ministers, any director, I call them. But my brother Asido will come and he'll come and say, Stanton, what you hear about this one? I am not a sedition. Can somebody tell him I am not a sedition? I should be asking you, Asido. I should be asking my brother Asido. How can you ask me? I am not a sedition. Your lawmakers not giving you information. The suspended bank governor refused to share the letter with you. I shared this letter with Asido. I put it in the chat room. This letter of resignation that was sent to him, a suspension, I gave it to Asido. But Fadiga, don't stop me, Fadiga. Let me talk to my man. Don't look at your phone and send me messages. I have to give information to Asido from CDC camp. Why they don't trust him, Ava? I want to share tears. You got the man on the biggest platform on the show, and you don't trust him with information. So the only thing Asido can say, the airport is in darkness. We are talking about national security issue. Asido look on another network and say, go online. The only place you will get information on Facebook, fake news, and say the airport in darkness. We're wasting our time, folks. I love my brother by 50%, but I cannot be on the show as a citizen defender. No, I said, tell your people to give you information. I'm getting tired. Central Bank, I gave you the letter.
Central Bank, I gave you this one. We come to this one, CDC, Joel coming to speak. He dropped a mentor, said Joel will speak the same day. I said, you're wrong. They said Joel will speak 11 a.m. the next day. I said, argue with me. I had to take the chip from their chat room and give it to Asido. Can you imagine that? Let me tell the people. I beg sedition, whom and the bro, Janga Ko, acting chairman, Joseph Tamakoji, Secretary General, George Balawia, stand-up bearer. I beg your Nathaniel McGill. I beg all of your Akaros grade. You please talk to Asido. You please give him information. He needs the information. You please make it interesting. I cannot continue with Asido on the show, defending my president, Joseph Yiman Bwaka, and also giving Asido information that you guys sharing out there. I cannot. I'm not a sedition. I will never ever be a sedition. I'm for the Liberian people. I defended and I championed Joseph Yiman Bwaka cause, but I cannot help Asido. I just can't. So to y'all, I say, if you don't want Asido on the show, you tell him. But as long as he's on the show and you have information from him, the only thing Asido will tell us the airport is dark. That's the best you can get out of Asido. I'm done. Fuck it, let's go. That's the best you can get out of the man.
Right. Let me be the first person to close now.
No, let Paul go.
Can I go?
No, that's exactly. Let Paul close.
Well, Paul, for me to go before him. So, Paul, you're supposed to be better.
Paul will close. After we close, Fadiga will play, then you'll be last. Let Paul close.
I think it will be a good thing for you to wait to close last.
No, I want to go right after the event.
But then you will hear everything we have to say to give you enough time to respond. Because,
I can tell 1 minute. I don't go right after him.
The other day I told you that Audit is a friend of a friend of a friend of the president.
I'll tell party friend.
But you did not believe me. You did not believe that when I told you on this very platform that former president, we are only here as a name. He really don't know other like that. That through two of his friends, through the third power, before you got to know Audit. So you got to go through that thing channel to get information. And Audit, you when you get information, it's not going to be real time. But I thought it was a good show. You know, Liberia is the only common denominator all of us have. We have one common denominator, which is Liberia. And that country should be way up there. Everything we do should be to glorify that country. It should be to make the country better. It should be to lift the country so that people coming after us can see a better place to live. I mean, our generation have not done well for the country. You know, we cry and make noise and talk all kinds of things about previous generation and how they were not taking good care of the country. Then we came and inherited the corruption that the previous generation, probably even worse than them. You know, so what do we have to leave for our people, for the children and children after us? Is the conversation that we should be having. It's not about defending CDC or defending United Party. It should be about country. God, then country. Nothing should come over the country. I mean, a citizen does wrong, tell him you are dead wrong when it comes to Liberia. A United Partisan comes and try to be hanky-panky, call them out. Let them know they are being hanky-panky. For me, it has always been about the country. The president does well, we clap for the president. The president does wrong, we come out not to retribute the president, but to make these comments so that the people around him can hear and say, well, I think what they're saying makes sense, and let's take a next trend. Because the only thing we have to live for is Liberia. Every time we are out of that country, the first thing that comes out of us when people see us is Liberia. You know, they ask, where are you from? Then you say, from Silver Spring, Washington, Silver Spring, Maryland. They say, no, I mean, originally, where are you from? I get that all the time. People ask me in a meeting here, where do you come from? I say, from Silver Spring or from Gettysburg. They don't know, originally, where are you from? So they keep reminding you that you are really not from America. And I don't care how tall you look, how bright you get. You can go and buy all the bleaching cream in the Walmart to bleach. You are still not going to be an American. So if we work together to fix our country and stop all these, like Fadiga can say, holly bolly, I think we'll be heading to the right direction. So I think the country should continue to pursue the rule of laws. Those people who have been sent to court should go and exonerate themselves. Of course, if they are found guilty, they should be prosecuted. And if they are not, and indict other people, those people should also be brought to justice. You know, why I agree with the government that they start now, but I just don't think the questioning and audit should stop at this current CDC government. It should go as far back as when audit review is allowed under the laws, because that will set a precedent for our country to be a country of laws, not of men. So every time we are on Spoon, we are there to bring the provoking and irritating comments. Everything we say will not be fine with everyone, but at least it should be in the interest of driving our country to a better direction. So CEO, thank you. I mean, thanks all of the followers. And you know, your man Isaac Doe is a friend of a friend of a friend of President Weah. So don't expect him to have any information.
I don't. I said those shouldn't ask me for any advice, and I said those shouldn't sit on the show and say, my man, the CDC, people say they're on CDC. I mean, the people can leave. I'm sorry, the people can leave Acido and reach out to me. Fadiga, I think you're experiencing the same thing, to make their argument.
Well, how many times you want close now? And you close first, you want close.
No, I'm just telling my brother Fadiga because he coming in. The people can leave Acido to find people like us to talk to have argument with. Then when you go to Acido, you say, my man, no. Then I said, but go ask them for the document. You know, we got to go all over to find people now. You tell Acido, call the person for the document. He will call Jangako. Jangako said, well, man, we're not ready to release that document. You will ask the person. For example, let me give you one example. Because somebody else was stand up saying, oh, the bill bomb that was just done, right? You remember Fadiga? And Jangako then released these people. Jangako got the document, right? Let me just remind our people, and this is what pisses me off. They got the document. They released the people, Jefferson Camo and Twine and all of them. The lawyer that signed on it, everything. I said, call me. Stand on. They released the people. I said, I know. He said, but what the document that they released the people? What the document, the bomb paper, everything? How much in there? So I said, but I said, Jangako is driving these people right now to see President Weah. He's in the car. Go and ask Jangako for that document. Let's discuss it tonight. My man, on anything, I said, ask Jangako, you know what I told him? We're not ready to release it yet. You know what I told him? How will I would not be mad? Let me say this.
My man, let me close, man. Let me close. I beg you. I beg you, stand up. Let me close. I said, I'm ready.
Let me finish. You see this? That when my reporter was behind the car, they drove behind the car all the way to CDC compound. They sent me all the pictures, the video, and everything. I said, dude, my reporter behind the car, you get Jangako, you get everybody that released, you get the lawyers, they're all in the car. Go and ask them, give us a document, they're talking. I said, my man, and I try to call everybody. They said they can't give me the document. Fadiga, when we received the document from our sources, I share it with you. I said one thing, I said, I can't give it to you. I said, I can't give it to you. That's when I said came with that lie and said that the airport is dark. And that's what pissed me off. And I called someone at the airport. I said, send me live video. I mean, let me say this thing. I've been calling up for Acido every day. This thing is bad. It's enough. But Acido, come in, man. Come in. The people got to know the truth. Sometimes when on a Saturday, when I eat at 4, I let to tell the people the truth. So these are the many truths I'll tell you.
So let me come in now.
Which Acido you can in? Acido?
Acido. I mean, that's all slow for talking with
Acido, be quiet. Let Acido speak, man.
Try to distinguish between us.
Okay, Acido, the man that broke his neck for looking through somebody's window.
Acido, the real Isaac. The real Isaac.
Thank you. All right. So look, the discussion today has been vibrant, and I think it shows a lot to the Liberian people, right? The reality is, whether we like it or not, at this point, our country has an imperial presidency. We have been behind constitutional reform more than I don't know how many years. When I was the CDC, before we came to power, we had like at least 25 pages of proposed constitutional reforms. What happened? When we came to power, what did they want to do? Change the law so that he could have 2 terms. That's crazy. You know, we got to be consistent as Liberians. We got to want the best for our country. So I think it's not clearly written in the CBL.
What do you mean they want to change the law for the better have 2 terms? Man, in terms of the 2 terms. What do you mean they want to change
2
the law?
additional terms after that.
Additional term. Okay.
Thank you for the correction. 2 additional terms. Because it was going to be like that first 10 did not even matter. So that's how we rejected it in 2020. But look, President Boyka, he holds that responsibility of execution of everything in the country. So to some extent, he has the right to remove the central bank governor from that situation, suspend him until we clear on what's happening. Then maybe the legislature can do the what they call it stuff, impeachment or whatever. But he has the right. Then we come to this issue of conspiracy. I don't know if people read what Samuel Tuer wrote, but let me just read it for people. The UP borrowed hundreds of millions from the CBL. And you know the worst? This borrowing was hidden from the public. Yes, they had to take the IMF to force us to include this borrowing in Liberia's official debt statistics. So you, as finance minister, with the fiduciary responsibility to manage our public financial management, our accounts, you will accept a debt that's not the republic's debt. You don't go investigate and try to prosecute the people who falsely took money on behalf of the country. You go shift 200 million of that debt onto the Liberian people and then tell us 100 million is still hanging somewhere in a stack of hidden debt, and you want to make that a case. I don't know whether Senator is stupid or something going wrong with him giving the case that he owned for him to reveal this kind of damaging, self-damaging information and expect people to empathize with him. You had control, you had a position, you had a situation. So, you know, I don't know that Tabata, he talking there. Let him come to the country, let him face the law, and let the law take its course. But seriously, to me, he really affirmed what Maluf said, because there is no way any patriotic or committed Liberian will see people stealing $300 million and take 200 and put it on the country and take 100 and continue to hide it because IMF told us so. We really need to understand the IMF position on this. Is it really true that they did this to the Liberian government? Then something wrong with them. But Dwalu had made a point before he left. When Samuel Tuer was building, and Paul, you know this very well. When Samuel Tuer was building his house there and sending money to D, how long it took? It was not even finished when he went to Liberia. I even went to the location where the house was. And I was impressed that he was trying to build his house remotely from the US. But the acceleration with which he built the other new mansion, the blocks around our house can build several schools. The blocks around Samuel Tuer house that was on the video, it can build several schools. So that level of extraction of public resources for personal use, we can't let it go. And hopefully Boyka is starting something. And at the same way, if there's corruption within his government and his officials are not investigated, the next government will come and investigate it. Unfortunately, though, in our law, we got something called the statute of limitations in the Liberian Criminal Code. And I think it's 4.2. It's 5 years from the point where the crime was committed. If you don't legislate it within that time or prosecute it within that time, the person gone free. So I don't know whether there's some caveat somewhere that says that law, that nonsense law, any crime, any time can be prosecuted. I don't see any exceptions to that. If it's a felony and financial crime, economic crime are felonies, they got that what they call it in the statute of limitation. So folks, is it's important for us to understand the laws that restrain us from doing certain things, as bad as they are. And in my mind, they need to be changed because corruption is so endemic. We can go back 50 years and find corrupt people in our country and people who misuse government money. So at some point, we got to start from somewhere. And this time is the Joseph Boakai government starting with the most recent past government in George Weah government, which is the right way for them to go. But additionally, if there's an opportunity to open a $300 million case, yes, they should open it. They should investigate, find out who all took those loans, where they did with it. Our debt was $885 million when we came to power. On exit is $2.1 billion. So that 1.3 million, what was the impact of 1.3 million debt on Liberia during the 6 years of Weah government?
Billion.
Eh?
You said million, but what billion? 1.3 billion.
1.3 billion they took, yes. And maybe if you subtract this 200 million from it, then that 1.2, I mean 1.1, what did they do with it? What did it do with it? So these are things that we have to look at. This government has to look at. It's right in front of them. It's within the statutory limitations. So they should investigate it. We should not let these things slide. It's very important. You know, again, the president has the appointment power. If he appoints somebody, you know, and they're not qualified or they don't fit the bill or there's enough circumstantial evidence that they're not appropriate for that position and people, you know, argue against it, he can withdraw the appointment or he can fire the person if they get confirmed, you know, through the Senate. So that's just the fact of the matter. The president holds significant power. And I personally wish Joseph Boakai could exercise that power more to clean up the country, especially when it comes to corruption. If he exercises more, I'll be happy for it. Yes, I want the constitution to change in certain places to limit the power of the presidency. But at the same time, at this present time in Liberia, we need change. We need significant change. And if it starts with Joseph Boakai, it can set the stage for the next leadership so that those, I mean, look at the amount of schools, the amount of hospitals and other things that are left with nothing, empty. And these people are using crazy money like this and stealing it. We need to change things, folks. And I really appreciate the show. You know, I've been sick. I came on here today. I'm excited. You know, I got to go get my rest now. But it's been a wonderful time. Thanks to the audience that makes Spoon so powerful and significant information is being shared here. That's why, Isaac, I really think you take serious responsibility of your role here to hold this government feet to the fire and hold the government feet on the substantive issues and be able to articulate them well, not just take extraneous, offline, off-limit position that don't bring any relevance to the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah, Alva, thank you so much. We're not going to get Isaac, the bleaching one, the chance. But let me say this. I want to close on two things, and I'll be very quick on the first one. Stenda will say this. I know Twe is coming on, but I will tell you this. You know, as one of the panelists, I want to protest first. Let us not forget that former finance minister Twe is a fugitive from justice. As such, we shouldn't even elevate him to this platform until he can come and face justice. He had all the chance during his free time to be here. We'll be elevating him, but I know, you know, if the team say he should come, I have no opposition to it. But I personally don't believe that he should be elevated to the national platform until he can come and face justice. Doing so will be doing disservice to the Liberian people. I will close on a personal message to former President Weah. President Weah, you are a good man. A lot of people admire you, even though I disagree with your presidency and what you did to the country, but that time is gone. The notion that people lie and this and that, something, you need to disabuse your mind from it. There are so many other good things that you can do with your time while serving as former president for Liberia. Don't listen to the Jankaku, the ASIC do, and those job seekers, people that want to come back to power and ride on your grace. You will fail, you will fall flat, and there's so many things that can go wrong with that. Past presidents have gone on to serve the United Nations. They have gone on to do great things in the world. 2029 is still far. You can come back, nothing. But to be actively engaged in politics and feeding into the hype to subvert our peace is not good for you. There's so many good things you can do. United Nations, peace ambassador, special envoy, do a lot of good things. Be remorseful. The Liberian people rejected you for a reason. And I still don't believe that you have understood the magnitude of the anger that the people had against you. Too many people had confidence in you. Too many people believed in you. Too many people saw themselves in you. They saw you. You represented the people from the slum. So many Liberians, close to 80-90% of the population that saw you as one of them. But they became disappointed when they did not enjoy the fruit of this country. To allow the Janka Cole, the Samuel Twe, and the rest of the CDC gang to continue to use you, or you allow yourself to be used, you can benefit from, how they call this thing, the Mo Ibrahim Award. You could do a lot of things, even get a Nobel Peace Prize, and still go on to live your life. I can't stop you for running 2029, but do not allow people to use you. The thing, I conceded power. No, you did not concede because you were nice. You were defeated. You have to accept it. It seems that you guys are still in denial. You have to first accept that you were defeated and try to understand why you were defeated last year. That is the beginning of true redemption. And allow the judicial process, allow all the process set forth by this current president to move on. Ellen did not do it to you. Current President Boyka did not do it to you. If you believe that you are a true peace ambassador and mean well for Liberia, do not bring chaos in this country. We are hearing a lot of rumor, and I'm telling you, if anything happens in Liberia, you bear the greatest responsibility. If you incite violence or your people carry on any kind of mayhem in this country, the burden lies on you. You are still a popular figure in Liberia. You can do a lot of good things with your time. Africa, Liberia, the sub-region, the world can still benefit from you despite all the crimes you allegedly committed in Liberia. But until then, find something meaningful to do with your time. It's too early for the hard zigwe and partisan politics and running around. You got 5 years, 5 months, and 20-something days to be in this fight. You will get tired soon if you start on this note. Let the Liberian people remember you for something. And that's all I want to close on today. Stanton, I will send it back to you.
Thank you very much. The last one.
You said 5 months or 5 years? You making it time short?
No, I said 5 years, 5 months, and a few days.
Oh, okay.
But you know, 1 6 months, 7 months, 5 years, probably 4 months.
I want Isaac to suffer on this show for a long time.
He got long to go because we added another 6 more years there.
Yeah,
you know, 24 years learning. We are the custodian of 24 years.
See how Isaac was patient. Everybody thought he come to yeah. Now Isaac come and have a little time, you will see rescue.
I'm receiving information. The internet. I'm receiving information. The internet about to go off.
Before the internet go off, let me say
now. I'm a turn out to talk.
Wait. I said, Vale, I said, don't speak, please. I said,
There's a hurricane HQ in my area. The internet coming go off.
Yeah, true. Fadiga, the first information you need to know is that your brother is not going back to that place. Your brother is off.
I would say.
So Fadiga, Let me have my turn now. The first information you need to know is that.
But Fadiga, don't tell this thing for this guy. Why you?
I don't even know where you get it. Every day you're talking at me. Are you working for President Boyka?
Let me have my time now. Please. You talk whole day. You talk your yama and nobody answer you. So the first information I wanted to give you is that your brother not going back there. So the president pushing your brother out. So that the first information I want you to know. And then the second thing,
Fadiga must respond to you. No, the brother is not on the show. Don't attack his brother.
No, I'm not attacking the brother. I'm going to give you information.
How do you know? The president have not come up with a decision yet.
See, let him finish. Let go to get a man 2 minutes.
Again, my Liberian people, nobody on this show knows Stanton Waterspoon more than Isaac Good. Nobody. Let me tell you what Stanton Waterspoon can do. All that thing you hear him talking, he only meant to really say two things that he just going around. Number one, he is indirectly telling the government not to go after the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. All that thing you see him talking, he's only telling the government, do not go after the Supreme Court Chief Justice. That's what he meant to say. And then the second thing, you were right on the show. Stanton told me, I say you mentioned, look at a message and respond. The same man who said, I think a message, that the same man telling me to look at my message and respond. He is asking me to confirm things. I mean, even a Poland supposed to be journalist, where he name Good Flomo, we're not even agree with him. Because Good Flomo will come to me so that I can confirm some information. That alone tells you the brother can only say things, the truth through the other means. So let's go on with the real thing. Listen, I know my brother Paul Kennedy can tell me for listen. Of all of the junior ministers that President we had, the only person that house he went to my house. Think about it. You think you know me and you go to my house because you know nobody. But listen, let's come to the real issue of our country. Have we been concerned at all? What's the state of our economy at all? Have we been asking any question? Do we concern to know the prices of the bread and butter commodities in Liberia? Do we concern at all? I don't think we are. You know what we always want to be concerned about? Summer twerking and eat money and carry it. The money they got stuck from the country here. But you know what? UP12 didn't take no money. Thank God John Molu is now telling us that $1.2 billion was stolen. Although he is angry at the CDC, why didn't the CDC prosecute those people? And I agree with him. I do. Are we concerned with the state of our affairs of our country? Are we concerned? Have we called our brothers, our friends that when they go in the market, how much they can buy pepper, how much they can buy onion, how much they can buy a cup of rice? Are we concerned? Today in Nigeria, we have 18 days of striking going on by the people. The central reason why they are doing that is the cost of living that is unbearable today. Are we concerned about that in our country? Are we? Fadiga said the president can act on leaks, on gossip. So the president is abreast of everything that happens in the country, even if he is not briefed as a president. So the president used an audit report that was not officially sent to his office, but heard it from the public and go to suspend people on that. I'm very sure the president took the decision to take out Fadiga's brother that I really don't want him to go anyways, because of public people saying it on the public. That's not government wrong. As a president, you want to take decision based on evidence to you, not what you hear on people thought they just can and go. No, that's not what you do. The fact that GAC did an audit and that audit report was not sent to him, has not been sent to him, he should have waited. Let the audit report officially come to his desk, then take a decision based on the report that is there. Not to hear what public saying, or us and then you can take a decision. I think that's not how we should do. But back to my earlier issue, the state of our economy should be something that we should be concerned about. Where are we with the price of rice? Where are we with pepper? Recently, the government thought to play fun out of the Liberian people, saying they are reducing transportation fare when they are actually increasing transportation fare. You used to take $120 from Dupont Road to Broad Street. The government said they are reducing that to $180. Who reduces something from 120 to 180? Like, what's that? We should be concerned. The people's anger is no longer far. It's very close. It's close. The country is not moving in the right direction. Bread and butter issues are becoming problems for the people's life. Everything in the local markets have been increased in prices. You cannot go and spend what you used to spend before anymore. You don't get to focus on any of those. You talk about jobs. Have you created a single job in 6 months since you took power? You don't concern about providing jobs for the people anymore, right? Not at all. You're not concerned about that. I think you are making a mistake. Kenya has just had its worst. Nigeria is having its worst. Let's hope Liberia don't follow that path. When I was in government, I would say this on the show. One of the places where Minister Twain, I always agree or disagree though. I've always said you cannot play politics of the economy because at the end of the day, the forces of the economy will show up anyways. If you want to tell the people that everything is going good in a country, but the people going to buy rice more money than they did before, it will show up. If you say gas plenty in the country, but the people going to the gas station to buy gas, there's no gas there, it will show up. Stop playing the politics of the people's life. What are you doing to improve the people's life? What have you done? What decision have you taken? Who have you helped? Who was suffering in 2023? And that person got better now after 6 months of your leadership. Who? Who had a zero house in 2023? And that person managed to put one brakes on it because of your policy. Who never had food to eat from 2023 and today they are eating food because of your policy? Who never had rent from 2023 and today they can pay their rent because of your policy? Nothing. You keep creating untold sufferings on our people, but the best thing you think you can use propaganda to always sway the people. Nobody say accountability is not an issue. You can do that, that's fine. But your most important task is to ensure that the people can live a better life. You are failing massively on that. Security, how many people has our police now killed? The people are not saving the country anymore. You don't know what's going to happen the next day. Job, no job, nobody, no job. You're not creating any job. You have not even brought me, my company that will sell small water. You are not even created in the country. Rescue, you are on for a trap. The people will speak. And if they speak, that voice will be loud, that you will not be able to silence anymore. Keep running around. Where are we with your 10,000 or skills training you were bringing for the youth? Where are we? Someone just told me even that recently we were here discussing payment over the counter. When I was at Youth in Sports, one of the reasons why some of the projects that we had, we decided to stop payment over the counter and go with mobile money or bank account was because of the same thing. And today I'm hearing that Youth in Sports is looking to pay over the counter. Almost 400,000, close to 500,000. The same issue is going to be coming back. They're looking to pay over the counter. They will still carry check to central bank for them to cash it and come to pay over the counter. We are not concerned with those. We should be concerned with them. You are not doing anything for the country. Fadiga, I pray that your brother gets back, but I'll probably get that away. I'll probably get that away. The show finished, Stanton. It was a good show. Thank you.
Oh, you got a reflection in your background.
Yeah, in the show.
Stanton Baba, we'll talk to you.
Oh, you got a reflection in your background. I don't know what kind of yellow.
Baba.
I see you. Baba.
We're going, Baba. No more talk.
Fadiga, you said I'm running your mouth, but I got reflection.
Well, Nelson, come on the show, Nelson. Let's end the show. We want to say thanks very much, guys. A good program today. Again, I would just say, listen, we come to Spawn, we have fun, we talk on the issue, but I totally disagree with Asido. Sometimes he doesn't have the information please consider him. Where there is no information coming to us to do, he talk tabata.
How about we go?
Okay.
Not listening
Yeah,
to you.
go about it. Yeah, yeah, go.
Yeah, who listening?
So they think ahead. Wait a minute, get all the information, bringing the juicy news to the people. Then your people refuse to give you the information. Sometimes I can feel sorry for the boy. I say, hey, God, they think too hard. So why are you defending? Why are you defending? If you don't have the information, don't defend. If the people cannot trust you with the information, don't push yourself. Like I tell my guys in Unity Party, if you don't give me the information and I have the information, I tell the story as it is. But if I have the information, then we can work around the information to make sure people understand who we are and where we're coming from. To me, it's embarrassment. And to me, I just think that it's bad for my brother Asido. But folks, thank you for joining us as always. Be blessed. Nelson, thank you, man. A good Saturday, 8 p.m. here. And we happy to be among the living, Nelson.
Yeah.
How was your day? How's everything? Are you super?
Yeah, my day was good. My day was good.
So you super?
Yeah.
We got everything on the download. What's the girl name? She called me today. What's her name? On your late night show. What's her name?
Is it Amy?
Amy. They had some information about a program. They went behind you to please inform the network, but they say you didn't. She and the other lady. You remember?
Oh, okay. I think it's Shirley.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed their call. I missed the call from Shirley today. I thought to call back, but yes, again, other things just came in.
Yeah, that's the way it is. I just listen. I just tell you, don't let them say it, but they're not happy with you.
Oh.
Don't let them know I say it, yeah. I just give you your information that's secret I giving you. So
but everybody already listening to you, so the other secret were about 3,000 people.
But no. Are we say on?
We say on. So
I didn't know that. Okay, let me go. But the project want me to tell you that I was just secret, quick. They say they have to be back. Okay, bye. See you. I hope you get the
message. Well, folks, we want to say thanks to all of you for being here again tonight. Thanks for calling in. Thanks for making a contribution on the program. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio on Monday. Tomorrow is going to be one-on-one with the CEO. There's going to be another great edition of the program, one-on-one with the CEO and Katamba. So that's the flyer you see right there. All right, so the flyer right there on the screen. You can make up time to join the show as usual. One-on-one with the CEO and Katama is going to be a great one. The guest will be former Auditor General, Mr. John S. Molu II. He will be the guest tomorrow. You can make up time to join the show, as you always do, because the one-on-one sets the pace for the rest of the week, since in fact it is the first informative talk show that hits the Spoon Network for the week. It sets the pace. It becomes the place where all the headlines are crafted from, all the breaking news get to be released, and so you can make up time to join one-on-one with the CEO tomorrow at about this time. So I want to say thanks to everyone for being here tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. Coming up shortly is the late night show. The late night politics on Spoon will be on your radio shortly. Thanks to all of you who just watched the show. We appreciate you. Thanks to the many of you who are called in to make your contribution to the conversation here tonight. Thanks to you in Radio Land who listen to the show, and we appreciate the fact that you can always be here making your contribution. Till we talk to you again, I'm Nelson Colette. Have a good night. The late night show comes up very shortly. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO is band coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South, man. Charges on the beat.